Music, and I'm also the chair of the Cultural Institutions Group. The SIGs represent New York's unique investment in the arts and culture, and we are a reliable revenue source and a part of the city's economic engine. Unfortunately, we have seen that investment stagnate with no increase to our baseline funding in over 10 years, and now we are on the brink of a historical underinvestment in the sector, the fallout of which will be seen for years to come. The SIGs all saw city funding decrease in the November plan, and that is coming off of a $5 million cut in the FY24 budget. This funding is vital to our ability to sustain the economic impact and workforce stabilization the city relies on us for. Additionally, it's directly tied to programming and services we provide, including for the million-plus school children a year who visit one of our institutions or access cultural programming through their school. We have all seen the convincing and strong advocacy of the city's libraries having to reduce hours of operations, public safety having to cut jobs, and sanitation having to cut necessary programs. With the SIG's diverse makeup of theaters, museums, zoos, and gardens, we are having to do all of the above. In conversations I have had with my colleagues, the November plan means a reduction in both our workforce and our programming, among other limited options. It means in the anticipation of the future PEGs means we will have to defer maintenance of buildings and grounds, which is city property, minimization of marketing work that drives tourists to our institutions and our neighborhoods, reduces services for certain populations, including seniors, youth, and public school children, and the diminishment or elimination of community and education program. Not only will we struggle to absorb these approved and pending cuts, we will struggle to recover. In fact, it is possible that some of us will not. This additional 5% plan cuts in January would be detrimental to the continuing running of these programs. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector, not punish us, and work toward creative solutions that will not hinder us any further. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eric Lee. I'm Director of Policy and Planning for Homeless Services United. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Councilmember Brewer, as well as the Speaker's Office for allowing me to testify today, or tonight. The city must change its overly broad approach which wrongly seeks to cut funding for agencies like DHS and HRA when the city is confronted by record high numbers of households entering shelter and applying for public benefits. The city cannot balance its budget on the backs of those most in need. DHS and HRA contracted homeless and eviction prevention providers must be held harmless from further cuts in FY24 and FY25. DHS contracted nonprofits have already slashed their personnel lines by 2.5% for FY24 and onwards, and providers cannot absorb further cuts without negatively impacting services when our city can least afford it. Further cuts to DHS and HRA risk undoing investments in specialized services and treatment models in favor of maintaining bare-bones shelter capacity without the wraparound care which make these programs successful. The city's homeless services and eviction prevention safety net is at a crossroads, whether to divest its services and have shelters return to the grim days of simply warehousing people, or invest in the services and staff within DHS and HRA programs by increasing stagnant low wages to be able to fill vacancies and enable providers to help New Yorkers access and preserve permanent housing. We urge the city to exempt DHS and HRA from the proposed 5% PEG in the November plan, as well as forthcoming PEGs in the FY25 budget. DHS and HRA staff must also be exempted from hiring freezes and the one-out, one-in policy to backfill positions, given they're critically understaffed with backlogs within their fiscal departments, rental assistance, and public benefits units. Contracting and payment delays are effectively strangling cash flow for nonprofit providers to the point that some providers are resorting to private loans to cover payroll and program costs. One program alone is paying $17,000 a month in interest in private loans to cover the city's reimbursement delays. Without further ability to reliably predict when the city will register contracts and pay invoices, experienced nonprofits will be unable to answer DHS's call to open new programs and take on additional financial risk from doing business with the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Brennan and esteemed Councilmember Brewer and Ms. Megan Lynch of Speaker Adams' office. My name is Reverend Terry Troya. I'm the president of Project Hospitality. We're a 41-year-old interfaith not-for-profit serving Staten Island's homeless and hungry communities. Impoverished people, marginalized people, people living with addiction, with mental health challenges, trauma, HIV, uninsured persons, and immigrants without status who don't qualify for cash assistance or any health insurance. All of these people in profound need, numbering over 60,000 Staten Islanders. We are 41 years old, and I have been doing this for 39 years. We cannot sustain another budget cut without doing irreparable damage to our organization's survival. We have already taken out more than $2 million in loans and have put in $3 million of our own money to sustain our contracts because we can't get money reimbursed to us. Our ability to save the lives of homeless people on the streets is severely impaired now, and we can't imagine what it would look like with a budget cut again. We need to look at another way to address the budget. We need to look at a way to help connect the new immigrants coming into our cities directly into housing through special voucher programs that would be cheaper than shelters and hotels. We need to help people get connected into services based in the community so that they can put down roots, get training, find jobs, and integrate into the world of work and into our communities and neighborhoods. We need an imagination that doesn't balance the budget on the backs of the poorest, the most infirm, the most in need, the most vulnerable, and those living on the edge of their lives. As boots on the ground on the forgotten borough of Staten Island, we're seeing an extraordinarily high number of unsheltered Staten Islanders this year because of a huge housing crisis, skyrocketing rents that are turning out new homeless people every day. We are great at making homeless people in the city of New York. Families sleeping in cars, people sleeping in the backyards of churches, tenting in parks, and abandoned areas along our borough's waterfront. That was one neighborhood last week with a family with a 6th grader living in a car, a man with a tent on the waterfront, and a kid sleeping wrapped up in blankets in the back of a church yard. We are the only organization serving homeless street people in Staten Island, and we're the only borough in the city of New York that today still does not have an open 24-hour shelter for homeless street people. I beg you to hold harmless from this second budget cut homeless service not-for-profits providing street outreach, drop-in, and shelter services for homeless people and families. Fragile lives on the street need the connection to care that will save them from death on the street. This budget cut may be the death of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Questions from my colleagues? Councilmember.
Thank you. Just regarding from United Neighborhood Houses, I have no interest in having you as settlement houses not get fully funded, but I just think you would do a better job. And you could hear earlier that Wynn is already negotiating for a couple of hotels. I assume Christine Quinn is not going to get screwed. She will make damn sure she gets her money. So I know you and Susan would do the same. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Next, we'll hear from the Urban Youth Collaborative at Make the Road New York.
Okay, you want to go left to right? Just say your name and then begin your testimony. Sorry, my left.
Hi, I'm going to be testifying on behalf of a young person who couldn't be here today. Hello, my name is Andres Munoz. My pronouns are he, him. I'm in 9th grade. I'm from Staten Island. I'm a youth leader at Make the Road New York. I'm here today to demand that the city stop the harmful cuts to our education. Instead of making these cuts, the city should cut from the NYPD budget and invest in services that support young people like me in our schools. I've seen social media videos of students getting into fights in my school. In one of the videos, 2 girls started fighting, and 3 school cops came in and broke up the fight by pushing both of the students up against the wall at the same time. I'm frustrated at seeing the response of the school police using such violence. Issues between those students could have been prevented or addressed by a guidance counselor having a conversation with them. School police consistently escalate conflict and make my school environment feel unsafe. When I see students fighting in my school, it makes me feel like it's a reflection of the lack of emotional guidance that young people receive in their lives. School cops don't interact with students in a positive way. I've constantly heard the ones in my school talking bad about students, judging their looks and gossiping about drama that goes on in the students' lives. Feels weird to me because these are grown adults that are supposedly in charge of our safety. With the cuts that Mayor Adams is doing, we see what his priorities are. He does not have our best interests in mind. We already have the biggest school police force in the country. There are more school cops than guidance counselors, social workers, or restorative justice coordinators in our schools. New York City must remove police from schools and instead invest in the staff and practices that will create long-term safety. We continue to see people in the city not being able to pay their bills, feed their families, get kicked out of their homes, and attend already underfunded schools. These cuts only worsen these situations. Stop cutting essential services we need and cut the bloated NYPD budget. When the city announced it was canceling the new class of 250 school cops, it was a step in the right direction. Then just like last week, they turned around and said they were hiring 135 new school cops. This is unacceptable while our schools are facing a hiring freeze and can't hire support staff we truly need. There should be an immediate hiring freeze on school police, and the rest of the vacant school cop positions should not be filled, ever. All that money should then go right back to our schools where it belongs. Mayor Eric Adams should stop putting the NYPD and its budget before the mental and physical well-being of young people. If I might add as well, for future reference, for the next time that we're holding such a crucial budget cuts hearing, let's try not to double book a space, because I think it's wild to have young people coming straight after school to be testifying and then having to be standing up and not having a seat. Thank you.
Say your name,
Hello.
please. Say your name before you start.
Hello, my name is Camila Vaquero. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a youth leader at Make the Road New York and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I'm currently a junior at a community school in Brooklyn. I'm here today to demand that Mayor Adams prioritize students' education, not their surveillance and criminalization. Young people like me fought for years for what I now have in my school, a community school that centers care and support, a student success center that runs by youth leadership, helping students prepare for their futures, and restorative justice to build a community and have a positive school culture. I feel lucky to have a place in my school to go to where I feel safe. The space run by our community school team is a space where I can be myself without any judgment. I can use the computers when I need to. I can find fundamental products when emergencies occur, and most importantly, I can find support from the team that works there. It's infuriating to hear that Mayor Adams wants to cut all that too. Why do we have to continue to fight to fund our schools and programs like these years after year after year? A school like mine must exist because community schools level the field for all students and their families, helping those that need support and resources. Any attack on that funding is an attack on our whole community. Research says that real safety comes from deep investments in things like affordable housing, childcare, healthcare, and youth programs. The safest communities are communities where basic needs are met and where communities are resourced to thrive, not where there are more police. New Yorkers are struggling, and what's the mayor's response? More money for police in our streets and in our schools. The mayor needs to fix things without messing up programs, agencies, and institutions crucial to growing the next generation of scholars and their families. Our schools and education shouldn't be at the forefront of these cuts, especially when not all city agencies are being held to the same standard. And by all city agencies, I mean NYPD. While funding for my community school is on the chopping block, the city just hired more new school police. So now the place that gives me real safety, which provides mental health support, social workers, and restorative justice, and so much more, is not protected from these budget cuts, while the NYPD is. This is yet another example of the mayor funding criminalization over social and emotional support. This is beyond unacceptable. Today we are here calling on the mayor and the city to prioritize our education and care. You can start by putting in place an immediate hiring freeze on the school cops. You can also cut the funding for the 100 remaining vacant school cop positions. And then use this funding to both protect and expand community schools like mine, restorative justice, mental health, and our futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Juliette Cruz. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in the 8th grade from Staten Island. I'm a youth leader from Make the Road New York and Urban Youth Collaborative. I'm here today to call on the city to reverse these harmful harmful budget cuts to our schools and fund our futures. As a young person in New York City, I'm always so frustrated to see that my school cannot afford simple resources like clean water in our drinking fountains and fixing broken items in our classrooms and bathrooms. In my school, we only have 2 guidance counselors and 1 social worker for a close estimate of 1,000 students. If I need to talk to someone or go to someone for support, I can only go during my free periods, which means missing electives like art, music, and even my lunch. Even then, both of my guidance counselors are usually booked. I wish instead of treating me and all youth in schools and all New York City schools like the problem, that our school would work to find out more about what we, the students, are going through and provide support to address it completely before it becomes a serious issue. 2 years ago, a boy that joined my school in the middle of the year wrote a note threatening me and other students by name. Many of us were terrified. I told my social worker at my school hoping that they would help, but instead they called the NYPD, who arrested the student but eventually let him go when they determined that he was not going to harm anyone. He had serious things going at home, and the school worked with his family to get the mental health support that he needs, and he is doing much better now. I believe that more mental health support in schools can help prevent situations like these from happening. Young people from any age would be able to go to someone that they could talk to with issues that they have inside of school, making them enjoy coming to school after getting the help with issues they thought they wouldn't resolve or de-escalate. It would be so great to see more guidance counselors and social workers in my school and be able to get the advice and stability I need to feel safe. I believe that if the money was to put back into the DOE budget, it would help improve schools' environments both physically and mentally. I want to see the millions of dollars in the police budget invested in more social workers and guidance counselors, because all New York City students deserve to feel safe and comfortable in a more positive school environment. We do not need more police in our schools. We are calling on the city to stop hiring any new school cops and cut the funding from hundreds of remaining vacant school cop positions in the budget. Then take the money and invest those millions into more restorative justice and mental health supports.
Thank you.
The safest schools have the most resources, not the most cops. Show the schools of New York that you care and fund our futures now.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Esther. My pronouns are she, her. I go to school in Staten Island and I am in the 9th grade. I am a youth leader with Make the Road New York. All students should have access to safe, supportive, and well-funded schools. The mayor is slashing the budget to our education by $1 billion in the next 2 years. At the same time, the NYPD and the DOE are spending more than $400 million policing our schools. We have the biggest school police force in the country and more school police than social workers, guidance counselors, and restorative justice coordinators combined. The city is investing in the things that do not help us students or make us feel safe. I've seen school police treating students unfairly, hurting and arresting them, and not actually solving any problems. We know that the safest schools have the most resources and not the most cops. After all we've been through over the past few years, we need more care than ever. A guidance counselor and social worker can and should be who we have in our schools to help resolve conflict between youth. Schools already are having to make cuts to art, music, drama, and more. These are classes students enjoy and help them prepare for a better future. I chose art as an elective in my school. I feel at peace when I draw and do 3D art. Creating helps with expressing myself and can help me in the future to continue with my passion. What if all these cuts impact my school being able to offer this class? Budget cuts are also going to make it harder for families like mine to get food stamps, one of our sources of food. Having this resource makes my mother's life easier by not having to worry about what we will eat. It is unacceptable to put families like mine in a position where we would struggle to put food on the table. A lot of parents have to struggle with balancing how to pay rent, buy food, and get school supplies. If the city invested in students and their families' needs, it would decrease a parent's stress and struggles. The city must stop taking money from our schools and stop funding and filling in the positions for empty school police and instead use that money to invest in restorative practices that are proven to support young people. We need to act now before more students lose academic opportunities and provide us with the services that will benefit our growth. Students do not deserve to be treated unfairly. We deserve justice and respect. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Next panel.
Next, we'll hear from Lucy Sexton, Kate Madigan, Sarah Mercanti, Sheila Lewandowski, and Keith Nelson. May begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Brannan and members of the City Council for hearing my testimony. I'm Lucy Sexton. I'm with the Cultural Advocacy Coalition, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts. In addressing the city's budgets, we too often talk about what we can cut. Let's talk about invigorating small businesses and local economies, increasing the tax base, generating tourism dollars. What keeps families in New York? What draws workers back to offices? What drives traffic to local businesses? What brings visitors to our city? Culture and arts do. Last month's cut of $12 million from the Department of Cultural Affairs will do next to nothing to solve the city's budget needs. Yet it is already causing enormous damage to our cultural organizations who depend on those grants. Grants of 10, 20, and 50,000, not million. We are already seeing theaters closing and reduced programming at dance studios, museums, music and art centers. In the words of the Hospitality Alliance's Andrew Ridgie, our city's economy is an interdependent ecosystem. There are few connections as strong as those between culture and hospitality. Randy Piers of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce adds, a budget that slashes cultural funds will be devastating for shops and restaurants still struggling to recover. While the city rightly celebrates 50 years of hip-hop, remember that the city did not respond to the emerging art form by investing in music and dance studios in the Bronx. Artists left, the Bronx economies and the communities suffered. Instead of images of a vibrant music scene, the world saw images of a city in decay. The same can be said of the neighborhood health and vibrancy that the myriad of services provided by the entire nonprofit sector bring to our city. Nonprofits support vital aspects of daily life, from public education, health and human services, cultural enrichment, and language access. I stand with my colleagues and call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work towards creative solutions, not hinder us further. Any additional cuts to nonprofits will undermine the public safety, mental health, and economic well-being of New York City. Thank you.
No applause. If you want to, you can go like this, or you could snap. No clapping. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair Brannan, Councilmember Brewer, and members of the council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sheila Lewandowski. I'm a resident, homeowner, artist, activist, community board member, founder, and executive director of the Chocolate Factory Theater in Long Island City. I am worried about paying my staff, paying artists, paying the electric, and getting paid myself so I can keep a roof over my head, food, and regularly needed medical care. Because of these proposed cuts, the Chocolate Factory Theater and many of my peers throughout the city are facing serious operating deficits as private funding sources are stagnant at best. The Chocolate Factory, as an example, is functioning with a 20% operating deficit. We don't have an endowment, but have enough savings to get through another year. Hey, the city has savings too. We're using our rainy day fund. I'd like the city to use theirs. Our shows are still selling out, and thousands of visitors are dining and shopping locally. We are actively partnering with local restaurants, bars, and shops on cross-marketing. If we shut down, so do they. The arts are a revenue multiplier, so this city cannot afford to cut the arts. You give us 10 and we give you 30 or 50. The $12 million cut to DCLA is a small fraction of the city's budget. But when we invest in culture, the return helps fund all other needed services, attracts tourists, supports education programs, mental and physical health. Our work makes streets safer and with people gathering for programming. Like my colleague Lucy said, what keeps families here? What draws workers back to New York? What drives traffic to local businesses? Culture does. Further cuts to culture mean art spaces shut. I believe in the need for a truly representative government that does the work of protecting its people. I also believe that protection is about supporting a vibrant and equitable economy, inclusive and accessible services to all. Arts, culture, education, childcare, legal services, housing assistance, and all of the services nonprofit partners provide need to be protected. I stand with my colleagues and call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work toward creative solutions, not hinder us further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannan, Councilmember Brewer. Oh, thank you. And members of the Finance Committee for holding this hearing today. I'm here to support the cultural sector and the It Starts With the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in New York City schools and communities. My name is Sarah Mercanti. I am the Director of Government Relations at Roundabout Theater Company, a not-for-profit that operates 5 Broadway and off-Broadway theaters in Midtown Manhattan. With a mission to celebrate the power of theater by spotlighting classics from the past, cultivating new works of the present, and educating minds for the future, we reach 500,000 audience members and employ 1,500 artists, theater, and administrative staff annually. Art productions and community work helps the nonprofit theater sector generate $1.3 billion each year in economic activity for the city. Thanks to the vital support and partnership of the City Council, 4 city agencies, including DCLA, SBS, HRA, and MOM, and most recently collaborations with New York Public Library and Queens Library, Roundabout is able to deliver neighborhood-based education, arts engagement, and a nationally recognized technical theater workforce program, all of which reach 24,000 public school students, teachers, young adults, and local residents across the 5 boroughs each season. Budget cuts of over $12 million to DCLA and more than $1 billion to New York City public schools threatens our city's creative spirit, economic prosperity, and our students. Programming provided by nonprofits has already been reduced as a result of the November cuts, and the additional 5% planned cuts in January would be detrimental to the symbiotic ecosystem of nonprofits, libraries, and city entities working together to directly serve New Yorkers with the least access to the arts. Organizations like Roundabout touch every vital aspect of daily life, as Lucy and Sheila said, from public education to mental health, language access, as well as workforce development and tourism. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work towards creative solutions and not hinder us further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Committee Chair Brannon, President, Council members, and staff. My name is Kate Madigan. I'm from the Public Theater, here to testify on the impact of the Mayor's financial plan on the City of New York and to request your continued advocacy and support specifically for the arts and culture sector. The Council's support is paramount in ensuring the survival of free and accessible programs throughout New York City. The implementation of all 3 looming budgetary pegs in the next fiscal year pose a significant threat to the entire nonprofit sector, pushing it towards an unsustainable financial future. Programming and services provided by nonprofit organizations have been reduced because of the cuts announced in November. The proposed additional 5% cut to take place in January would be detrimental to the Public Theater and other nonprofits in their efforts to continue providing free and low-cost services and programming to New Yorkers. In addition to our free Shakespeare in the Park and our main stage programming at 425 Lafayette Street, the Public Theater has also served as an incubator for New York that moves to Broadway and further strengthens the local economy, generating revenue throughout ticket sales, tourism, hotel and restaurant visits, and more. 3 shows originally produced by the public are being featured in this Broadway season: Hell's Kitchen, Suffs, and Here Lies Love. However, without necessary funding from the city budget, we will be unable to maintain the level of new work development and free and accessible programming that nurtures New Yorkers and generates economic activity that benefits the entire economy. Over the summer, the public took proactive and extremely painful steps to achieve sustainable financial model, laying off almost 20% of full-time employees. And the proposed cuts threaten to upset the careful balance that we have found and force additional layoffs or reduction in programming. The current plans to move forward with the 3 rounds of pegs would result in approximately $250,000 operating funding cut to the New York Shakespeare Festival, known as the Public Theater. Please let us know how we can contribute to advocating this mission, and feel free to reach out to any of us directly with questions you may have about our testimonies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keith Nelson, and I'm Executive Director and co-founder of Bindlestiff Family Variety Arts, a 30-year-old nonprofit organization dedicated to keeping circus and variety arts vibrant and relevant, inspiring people that anything is possible, and bringing communities together. I'm here today to share with you my deep concern about the proposed citywide budget cuts. While we recognize the economic challenges facing New York City, I am shocked and confused by these dramatic cuts. Social, environmental, and cultural program cuts will negatively impact New Yorkers. This city relies on the arts and culture to drive tourism. Only a year ago, the city's conversation emphasized how art and culture lured visitors. The effect of these cuts will make tourism, community, culture, innovation, quality of life, and local economy suffers. Bindlestiff's programs employ. In 2022, we provided work for more than 300 people with 200 free productions across the city. This past year, after the loss of federal pandemic relief funds, we employed 130 people, presented 90 shows in 40 different locations, and entertained over 23,000 people. City funding enables Bindlestiff to provide access to the arts for thousands, ensuring the performing arts stay affordable, accessible, and inclusive for all. Arts and culture are central to what makes New York, New York. Like many others, we were dealt a major blow in 2020 with COVID. Our industry came to a halt. The following 2 years, federal funds kept the creative sector alive. As the funds ended a year ago, we, like many others, continue to face great challenges. Just as the arts are starting to find post-pandemic footing, the city is ready to pull the rug out from under us. These cuts will be felt by creative workers currently struggling to survive. These are the people who bring magic to this city. We bring performances into communities, which in turn generates revenues for businesses. Our programming fosters community, draws crowds, brings sales and foot traffic to adjacent businesses. This transfers into real dollars. As research indicates, public arts provide positive economic impact where events take place. The proposed budget cuts are counterintuitive. Creative solutions are our specialty. Talk to us, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much.
We'll now hear from Andrea Ortiz, Tanya Matos, Magali Melendez, Haley Nolasco, Merope Pepinides, and Yona Zeitz.
I just want the public there to know that Hell's Kitchen is wonderful.
Okay, we'll start from you and go around.
Good evening, my name is Merope Peponides. I'm a New Yorker, a nonprofit worker, and an artist based in Flatbush, Brooklyn, and a member of the Justice Committee, a grassroots organization working to end police violence in NYC. I'm deeply disappointed and worried about Mayor Adams' financial plan. As a remote worker, I rely on libraries as one of the few places in the city I can access a quiet space and internet, and I was especially disappointed to learn that all local branches in my predominantly Black and Latine neighborhood are being forced to cut hours and other services that provide supportive and safe places. When I see Mayor Adams increasing the NYPD's budget by close to $135 million, while libraries, schools, and accessible housing have faced 5 rounds of cuts, it tells me that the Adams administration's priority is to criminalize and suppress the needs and voices of Black, Latine, and other low-income communities of color in New York City over providing the support and services that keep New Yorkers healthy, safe, and thriving. While not a parent, I have several young people in my life who I care about deeply and who attend our public schools. I am worried about them getting the education and opportunities they deserve. Nearly 500 school cops leave their jobs each year, and a hiring freeze could amount to about $40 million divested from school policing. This can help prevent more school cuts and help fund school support staff such as restorative justice coordinators, social workers, counselors, and other evidence-based positions and practices that keep students safe and learning. I've also watched members of my community struggle with losing their housing as rent in NYC continues to skyrocket and unaffordable fancy developments continue to be built. Meanwhile, the NYPD buys robot dogs, regularly flies its helicopters and drones over our heads, and has unnecessary officers on my block who mostly chat with each other and scroll on their phones. I urge the mayor and city council to stop giving the NYPD preferential treatment and invest in services that serve all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Good evening now, and thank you. My name is Andrea Ortiz from Dignity in Schools, New York. DSC works to create systems of school discipline and safety that are based on mutual respect, problem solving, and ending the school to prison pipeline. Punitive school discipline and policing create barriers to learning and violate the safety and well-being of students, particularly Black and brown students, students with disabilities, and other marginalized groups who are targeted most harshly by police. We call on New York City elected officials to reject the mayor's austerity plans, hiring freezes, and November budget cuts. The city must stop the $600 million cuts proposed to education, explicitly listed in the November financial plan, and protect critical programs currently funded with the $1 billion of federal COVID relief dollars. Students thrive when they can access restorative justice, counselors, social workers, mental health workers, and the resources and programs that they need. However, Mayor Adams has been forcefully attacking public schools, calling for devastating cuts to school budgets, and undermining the planned expansion of restorative justice. City officials must invest $1 billion to protect the range of programs currently funded by COVID federal relief funding. This includes $21 million to protect and baseline funding for school-based restorative justice, $5 million in baseline funding for mental health continuum, $77 million for counselors, social workers, mental health professionals, and we also demand that the New York City fully fund meaningful restorative justice and divest from school police and policing infrastructure. A commitment to restorative justice requires a meaningful cultural shift that makes it possible to build community safety and respond to harm when it occurs. We're calling on the city to not only protect previous investments in restorative justice, but also expand them to ensure that all students have access to school-based restorative justice coordinators, and for all schools to be able to hire caring community members into supportive positions. Finally, we must cease all hiring of school policing, redirect the $400+ million in funding from school policing into opportunities for young people, and remove surveillance technologies in our schools to make space and funding available for what youth and families need: safe and restorative schools. Just last week, Mayor Adams made the unconscionable decision to protect and move forward with a class of over 135 school safety agents while continuing to slow roll the hiring for evidence-based programs budgeted for fiscal year 23 and 24, such as restorative justice coordinators, social workers, shelter-based coordinators. This and all other academy classes for school police must be permanently canceled. Schools should be a place where young people should be supported to grow, try new things, feel safe, and learn. Yet for too long, the city has directed schools' funds into hiring and training school police who harm students rather than supportive staff and services that students need. We cannot fall for this trap for any longer. We need your leadership now. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Tania Matos. I am currently serving as interim executive director of Unlocal, a steadfast immigration legal organization dedicated to assisting people with immigration relief applications and fighting against deportations, amongst other essential services. Today, I address you regarding the profound impact of the mayor's announced budget cuts on the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, the RRLC, a collaborative in which Unlocal collaborates with Make the Road and New York Legal Assistance Group. We initiated during the administration of President Trump. The RLC was designed to assemble a team of highly skilled attorneys capable of swiftly addressing and stopping deportation orders, free of cost for long-standing residents with their families, and serving as a vital referral service for other providers, including the city's asylum navigation centers. Regrettably, the mayor's proposed budget plan entails a severe reduction of $100,000 in city funding for the RLC in the upcoming fiscal year, beginning in July. This already follows an already deeper cut earlier this year, and I'm here to highlight the alarming consequences these cuts will impose on immigrant New Yorkers, their families, and the broader community we serve. These reduction in services not only jeopardizes the fabric of our society, but also robs individuals of precious years of their lives. To underscore the urgency of RLC, has experienced an alarming surge of referrals, receiving twice as many in October compared to the same month last year. While we're getting an average of 10 to 15 referrals each day of people with deportation orders. Our clients have shared distressing stories of receiving deportation orders due to issues such as not receiving critical mail containing immigration court hearing notices or receiving it too late to attend their scheduled hearings in the shelter system. In this critical moment, we ask the City Council to collaborate with the nonprofit sector, fostering creative solutions rather than hindering our collective efforts. We urge you to reconsider these debilitating cuts and recognize the vital role that the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative plays in preserving the rights and livelihood of our fellow New Yorkers. Please join us in safeguarding the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. The future of countless lives depends on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Brandon and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. There we go. Thank you. Much better. Good evening, Chair Brandon and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Center for Justice Innovation. My name is Haley Nolasco, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Center for Justice Innovation, and I'm joined by my colleague, Magali Melendez, Program Manager of Bronx Hope. It does not go without notice that our city is experiencing unprecedented fiscal challenges, and we fully understand the city's responsibility to respond to competing needs. However, today, I'm hoping to share that although we understand that there are challenges, it is important to make a conscious effort to not divest from vital services that work to address a multitude of growing community needs, as this will directly impact public safety. We must work our way through this fiscal crisis together without further cuts to programs. More cuts will have detrimental effects to the vulnerable communities we serve for generations to come. The Center's programs span the entire justice continuum, working to enhance public safety beyond enforcement by increasing civic engagement in placekeeping and NYCHA developments through our neighborhood safety initiatives, by responding to and bringing awareness to the intersection of gun and domestic violence through our RISE project, by supporting at-risk and systems-involved youth with supportive services needed to help them live healthier, safer, and more economically sustained lives through our crisis management system wraparound services, such as our anti-gun violence youth employment program, school conflict mediation services, and therapeutic supports. And also, of course, through our life-saving pre-arraignment diversion work, such as Bronx Hope, that uses a harm reduction model to give clients the opportunity to rehabilitate and connect to community rather than jail, or options that do not really address the underlying issues. And also to consider, as we look forward to the closure of Rikers Island, our programs will be relied on more than ever, and the efficacy of these programs are reliant on meaningful investments to do so responsibly. In closing, well-funded community programming produces better outcomes for individuals as well as communities, and they generate cost savings for our city and our taxpayers. Our programs provide much-needed services that address various criminogenic factors and help people stay out of the criminal legal system, overall improving our public safety, which is so imperative at this time. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, for holding this hearing and inviting our testimony. My name is Jonas Seitz, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Catal Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. And we're based in Brooklyn, but our members are based all across the city and all across the state, and our members include people that are formerly incarcerated in city jails, family members, people that are currently informally incarcerated, and then everyday regular working class New Yorkers. And Catal, like many of the other speakers today, oppose the mayor's proposed budget cuts. And we clearly understand that our city is not facing a budget crisis, we're facing a leadership crisis. And I think there's no more alarming example of this than when we look at the mayor's handling of the dumpster fire that is the Rikers Island jail complex. And at this time, we know that the conditions there are horrific and life-threatening. And under this mayor, they've only gotten worse, and at least 28 people have died since he took office. And incarceration at Rikers is incredibly, incredibly costly. In fiscal year 23, the DOC budget was about $1.3 billion, and according to the comptroller, the cost of incarceration at Rikers was over $500,000 per person per year. And so why are libraries and educational programs being cut when we know alternatives to incarceration work and they're much cheaper, and we have diversion options available to us right now to reduce the city's jail population? And so under this mayor, the jail population is going up when it should be decreasing, and it's costing New York City hundreds of millions of dollars. And unfortunately, this jail-first approach preferred by the mayor is not only costing a lot of taxpayers dollars, but it's also threatening the closure of Rikers Island, which we know would save the state not just hundreds of millions, but actually billions per year. And reports by the Independent Commission on New York City Criminal Justice and incarceration reform, and the Institute for State and Local Governments found that the closure of Rikers would save the city $1.3 billion annually, yet we have a mayor that's missed every legal and process benchmark to complete this plan. And so, the mayor's jail-first approach is not only going to cost New Yorkers in this immediate term, but it's also going to threaten substantial long-term savings. And so we urge members of the New York City Council to reject the mayor's budget modifications that will drastically cut essential services, and we call them to first cut the budgets used to caging people. The NYPD and the DOC's budgets are bloated, wasteful, and must be cut. And then second, the closure of Rikers Island is not just a moral and legal imperative, but it's also an extraordinary savings that can be realized, and it's truly a fiscal imperative, and we urge any budget modifications made by this council should focus on choices that will advance efforts to shut Rikers once and for all. And yes, thank you for my time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Adam Ganser, Heather Lubov, Merritt Birnbaum, Christina Taylor, and Skip Blumberg.
Thank you. You may begin and go in that direction.
Hello, is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Adam Ganser. I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We have the Playfair Coalition, which is over 450 organizations across the city, including the Union, DC 37, and many of the folks you see here. Our parks are under siege. Like every agency, Parks took a 5% hit. The result is the loss of key programs, a hiring freeze that will result in hundreds of lost workers. As if that weren't enough, the Parks Department received a cut that is actually happening in a different agency, in Human Resources Administration. HRNA cut the POPS program, which will result in 1,450 additional workers lost. As an aggregate, these cuts amount to a 12% cut to the Parks Department. Put bluntly, Parks has taken more cuts than any other agency from an administration that's strongly committed to invest in our park system. The mayor and nearly every city council member, including you all, has supported an increase in the parks budget, pledging to get to the goal of 1% for parks. Instead, Parks and New Yorkers are getting railroaded. Some context, this is happening when the Parks Department has been underfunded for 40 years. When the Parks Department has fewer workers now than it did last year. And what's more infuriating, fewer workers than it did before COVID. What will these cuts mean for New Yorkers? All we have to do is go back 3 years to the pandemic when we saw similar cuts. Trash in our parks, lawns unmowed, bathrooms closed, or frankly disgusting. Not enough staff to keep the beaches and pools fully open and maintained. Unsafe conditions for parks workers and unsafe parks for New Yorkers and their families. What's more is that despite Parks taking more than its share of the cuts in this round, the mayor is proposing an additional 5 to 10% cuts to the agency. This is a systematic defunding of an agency that is operating on a shoestring budget. I know these cuts are coming from the top, but I also want to make one other point. For the past many years, the council itself has funded roughly 300 positions called Playfair positions. Those were crucial because every year this happens coming from the top, and those positions would sort of create a buffer. You haven't done that the last couple of years. I know we're a little ahead of next year's budget, but I want to put that in here because it's super important that we have that kind of a cushion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Merritt Birnbaum. I'm the president and CEO of Riverside Park Conservancy. We're over one of the 450 organizations that's part of the Playfair Coalition. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you on behalf of how the cuts will impact just one of the 1,942 public parks in New York City. Riverside Park Conservancy works through a maintenance and operations agreement with NYC Parks to care for 5 parks along 6 miles, 400 acres along the west side of Manhattan from 59th Street to 181st Street. We're fortunate to have built a 35-year history that leverages thousands of hours of volunteer time and financial resources to supplement the city's dwindling workforce. We recognize that the vast majority of public parks in our city do not have the benefit of conservancy groups. So our situation in Riverside only underscores how dire the current round of cuts and any future cuts will be for the parks in our most vulnerable communities. In addition to its own cuts, as Adam said, the Parks Department is the victim as other agencies strive to meet their PEG mandates. HRA is saving $59 million from its own budget by cutting the Parks Opportunity Program, a jobs program that has existed for 3 decades and currently employs 1,400 essential parks workers. So to put details on the magnitude of the crisis today in Riverside Park, over half of our frontline staff in the park are part of the POPS program. Cutting this workforce will essentially decimate the services that the Parks Department provides in our park. So it will effectively eliminate 50% of the trash pickups, 50% of the lawn mowing, 50% of the graffiti removal, and 50% of the bathroom cleanings. In smaller parks across the city, a cut of this size is equivalent to just eliminating these types of services. To eliminate the seasonal positions from an agency that has relied on this workforce for decades is to cripple an already broken system. City Hall says there are no more layoffs, but not filling thousands of necessary jobs, you are not only keeping more New Yorkers unemployed, you are actively harming the remaining parks workers who have no way to compensate for their absent colleagues. And as Adam said, we know what this looks like: overflowing toilets, graffiti-covered playgrounds, discarded needles. Our parks are a direct reflection of our city's commitment to the health and happiness of our residents. A revered park advocate once said they're the lungs of the city. Well, the city is on life support. Don't cut off the oxygen. We adamantly oppose further cuts to parks.
No need to. Hi, I'm Heather Lubov. I'm the Executive Director of City Parks Foundation. Thank you all for sticking with us. We are a citywide nonprofit that encourages New Yorkers to use and care for their neighborhood parks and open spaces. And we also are the administrator of the New York City Green Fund, a private campaign to support grassroots stewardship efforts in under-resourced communities. We are a proud member of the Playfair for Parks Coalition and the #Y15 campaign. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of New Yorkers who volunteer through Partnerships for Parks, the program we jointly manage with the Parks Department. And I'm here on behalf of the millions of New Yorkers who might not volunteer, but who rely on their local parks for their gyms, their classrooms, their concert venues, their gathering spaces, and their respites. We run a very lean operation to coordinate with the agency so that 26,000 people can volunteer in parks. I could talk about the 5 full-time and the 4 seasonal positions that will go unfilled, making it virtually impossible for us to sustain this current level of volunteer engagement. Or I could talk about the accumulation of vacancies within the agency that will make it even harder for us to contract, secure permits, or purchase tools and supplies like gloves and trash bags that we need for volunteer projects. Even though the success of the administration's Let's Green NYC initiative largely depends on our ability to organize and staff these volunteer projects. But I'm really here to talk about the 300+ full-time already vacant and frozen positions, plus the loss of 1,450 frontline maintenance workers in the POP program. Combined, these lost positions will result in devastating consequences in our parks and will put an enormous burden on the remaining staff who are already severely burned out from years of underfunding for the agency. You may recall the trash piling up in parks during the early pandemic and the corresponding constituent complaints. We cannot go back to that. Volunteers are not a replacement for staff, nor is private fundraising a replacement for the public dollars that by right should be used adequately to fund our park system, which, with libraries, is our city's most democratic and critical community resource. We make neighborhoods livable. We are undermining climate change mitigation right now as we experience more flooding. We are compromising our safety. We are subjecting visitors to trash and needles, and we are reducing access to fountains, sprinklers, and pools. Our parks and city deserve better.
Thank you.
I'm Christina Taylor, Deputy Director for the Van Cortlandt Park Alliance. Thank you so much for holding this important hearing. Van Cortlandt Park Alliance is also a proud member of the Playfair for Parks Coalition. This administration's proposed cuts will devastate our park system. Year after year, New York City Park staff does more with less. This past summer, they once again stepped up and took care of 30,000 acres of parks with limited resources. The staff is already stretched too thin. They are tired and frustrated, and so are we. New York City Park staff need more resources to do the work that the public expects and deserves, not less. And yet we're looking at losing 350 jobs through a hiring freeze and losing another 1,450 jobs through the discontinuation of the Parks Opportunity Program, eliminating nearly 60% of the mobile parks cleaning crews. How are park staff supposed to keep our parks clean? How is Van Cortlandt Park staff supposed to keep our 1,146-acre park tidy with 20 fewer employees during the busy summer season? How can parks continue to provide clean, safe, and beautiful open spaces for you? Plain and simple, they cannot. To be sure, with these budget cuts, it is New Yorkers who will suffer. Without enough staff, playgrounds will not open on time, if at all. Bathrooms will not be clean and will not stay open during late summer nights. Fields will not be groomed for sports, graffiti will not be removed, garbage will not be picked up, trash will fester, and vermin will take over. Trucks and other vehicles will fall into further disrepair. Parks Enforcement Patrol, already understaffed, will be practically non-existent. Pools will not be fully staffed, so you can forget about special programs like Learn to Swim. It's just not a pretty picture. Parks are an essential part of city life. 14% of all city land is parkland. There are nearly 2,000 parks sites in New York City, and yet the Parks Department is chronically underfunded. With this round of cuts, there will be nothing left, and yet this administration keeps chipping away. Enough is enough. Please say no to the cuts. Join us and let this administration know that New York City Parks budget cannot be cut any further. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Next, we'll hear from Sarah Williams, Arif Sunmonu, and Benjamin Lucas. Sarah, Arif, and Benjamin. Okay, next panel is Anthony Feliciano, Lauren Schuster, Gabriela Sandoval Requena, Nicole McVinua, and Shakima North Albert. You can get me ready and go that way.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Anthony Feliciano. I am the Vice President of Advocacy for Housing Works. We're also a founding member of the End AIDS New York Community Coalition, a group of over 90 health centers, hospitals, and community-based organizations that are fully committed to ending AIDS as an epidemic in all New York communities and populations. But we have much left to do as the stark and unacceptable disparities persist in HIV's impact on Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. Housing Works and the ETE Community Coalition, on behalf of the marginalized New Yorkers we serve and represent, implore the City Council to reject the mayor's devastating and regressive cuts to essential services that sustain and support our most vulnerable New Yorkers and not-for-profit agencies that work on the front lines of poverty and homelessness to meet critical needs. Our leaders must remove the arbitrary 15% budget cut directive, adjust the budget based on actual need, and provide a transparent analysis for the public to fully understand the impact of any budget cuts. Specifically, we employ the City Council and the administration to accept the Department of Social Services, the Department of Homeless Services, DOMH, and community-based providers they fund from any program to eliminate the gap or other cost-cutting plans. Let me add that staffing shortages across New York City agencies already disrupted city services, and essential service agencies simply cannot sustain further erosion. At the very least, it's critically to exempt city-contracted not-for-profit agencies providing housing, homeless prevention, homeless services, and other essential assistance from a further budget cut so as not to worsen the existing staffing shortages and increase already unintendable caseloads. Mayor Adams' threatened 50% PEG is a blatant attack on Black, brown, and low-income families. The mayor continues scapegoating asylum seekers to justify his administration's mismanagement, and a drastic budget cut is shameful and untrue, with independent government watchdogs groups asserting that the administration has overstated migrant costs and given the administration reliance on expensive emergency contracts with for-profit companies that cost city billions of dollars. Even more shameful that we know the city spends over $500,000 per year to detain one person at Rikers, which are only getting worse under this mayor, and thousands more. We also know that the NYPD and DOC are escaping the brunt of the mayor's cuts again. We must require the NYPD to cut its bloated budget by at least 7%, so those funds can be used to protect and invest in housing, mental health, education, and other critical non-policy safety solutions. This is what we are in solidarity with Communities for Police Reform and Justice Committee. Finally, we are dismayed that the administration continues to ignore calls to address budget shortfalls by increasing revenues. The city controller has proposed a modest changes to taxation for the wealthiest New Yorkers could provide more than $1 billion a year in additional revenue. And we know these are short-sighted budget cuts and irresponsible measures, and I have provided a more detailed testimony. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole McVinue, and I am the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving over 2,000 single adults annually. We are deeply concerned, like everyone else here today, by the mayor's 15% PEG and the disastrous impact that the remaining 10% cut will have on essential nonprofit programs at a time when community services are needed more than ever. After decades of underfunding, nonprofit human services are already at the brink of collapse. We provide essential services on behalf of the city, and we cannot shoulder any more of the burden on top of the 2.5% cuts that were already absorbed by DHS providers in the FY24 budget. Nonprofit organizations cannot do the same amount of work with less funding. If 10% cuts are passed down to city contracted providers, Urban Pathways will be forced to reduce services and serve fewer people, which will mean turning away people sleeping on the streets from safe havens, stabilization beds, and drop-in services. We will also be at risk of having to close the doors to a program altogether, which would displace upwards of 60 current clients. If providers across the city are forced to shutter programs, hundreds, if not thousands, of New Yorkers will be left without shelter, creating further chaos in an already overstretched system. The city must consider the long-term costs of slashing services. Additionally, the understaffing of city agencies has caused a dangerous backlog of processing benefits, reviewing city FEPS applications, and building and filling placements in desperately needed housing. This cannot continue. City agencies fulfilling benefits, housing placements, and other essential services must be fully waived from the hiring freeze and allowed to fill all vacant positions, not just on a one-to-one basis. Nonprofit organizations touch every vital aspect of daily life. That's why Urban Pathways joins over 225 organizations in the Y15 campaign to ask for transparency and inclusion in the city's budget. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work toward creative solutions. The city cannot withstand a 15% cut to its budget, and any additional cuts to the nonprofit sector will only undermine the public safety, health, and cleanliness of New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Brannon, Councilmember Farias, and Council Central staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena, and I am the Director of Policy and Communications at New Destiny. Our mission is to end the double trauma of abuse and homelessness for domestic violence survivors and their families. We do this by developing supportive housing for survivors in shelter, like Raven Hall in your district, Chair Brannon, assisting those who are fleeing abuse to obtain subsidies and find apartments, and advocating for more housing resources. New Destiny is also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition. Domestic violence is the main driver of family homelessness in New York City. We are deeply concerned that Mayor Adams' call for 15% budget cuts and hiring freeze at city agencies will not only further hinder survivors' ability to secure safe housing, but also put their lives and the lives of their children in jeopardy. The first 5% cut in November in the November financial plan has already reduced programming and services provided by nonprofit organizations. The additional 5% planned cuts in January would be detrimental to vital services for survivors, and it would decrease affordable housing production and housing placements. We're also concerned about staffing shortages at HRA, which has an ongoing backlog of public benefits applications. Limited capacity has delayed check processing times, slowed moves from shelter to permanent housing, and impacted the success of rental assistance programs. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work toward creative solutions that hinder us further. For instance, there are at least 3 budget-neutral administrative solutions that will improve timely access to affordable housing. Number 1, allow all families in shelter, in all 5 shelter systems, including survivors in HRA shelters, access to HPD homeless set-asides, which was promised by the mayor and the Housing Our Neighbors blueprint. Also, reduce steps and streamline the process to fill vacant affordable housing units made available through Housing Connect to meaningfully reduce lease-up timetables. And third, open up city-funded supportive housing to domestic violence survivors and their children who are not currently eligible for NYC 1515. The city cannot withstand a 50% cut to its budget, and any additional cuts to the nonprofit sector will only undermine the much-needed development of affordable housing, public safety, and cleanliness of New York City, while risking the lives of survivors of domestic violence. On behalf of New Destiny, thank you for the opportunity to testify and stick with us. We'll submit extended testimony.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Schuster, the Vice President of Government Affairs at Urban Resource Institute. With 23 shelters across New York City, URI is the largest provider of transitional housing for survivors of domestic violence in the country and a leading provider of transitional housing to families experiencing violence. URI provides trauma-informed care to our families, and we endeavor to end cycles of violence and homelessness. We work with youth and in communities to prevent violence, and we engage people who cause harm in that work as well. Thank you, Chair Brannon. You have been here all day. You are a trooper, and Councilmember Frias. I don't know where Councilmember Brewer went, but I'm sure she will be back. We appreciate your work and the work of your staff, the speaker, for the opportunity to testify today. Like our colleagues in the nonprofit sector, URI has grave concerns about the proposed across-the-board cuts. Our sector meets the most fundamental needs of society by providing food, shelter, and clothing to those who need it most. Following the last budget, URI was forced to implement a 2.5% peg like many of our partners. That resulted in the loss of 20 full-time positions. At the same time, our workforce hasn't had a meaningful COLA that reflects inflation in years, and many of our contracts have remained flat despite increasing inflation. The agencies that support us, they are woefully understaffed and overburdened, and as a result, our families are waiting longer to move into permanent housing, to access vouchers, public assistance, and other critical benefits. At a time of unprecedented strain, when the rates of homelessness and domestic violence are increasing, instead of throwing our sector a lifeline, we face yet another round of cuts. There is simply no more left to cut without significantly impacting service delivery. We understand that the city is facing a budget deficit caused in small part by the arrival to New York of people in search of safety, and we agree that it is a federal problem that demands federal solutions. However, people seeking asylum are not the only cause of our budget problems, and cuts cannot be the only solution. We believe that working together, we can identify creative solutions to this issue. We must first examine opportunities to raise revenue and end underperforming corporate tax breaks. These solutions are supported by the data and the public. And if the cuts are still necessary at that point, then they must be implemented with precision, with an eye first toward non-essential spending, and borne evenly by all, including the private sector. We look forward to continuing our work together with the council, with your staff, and with the administration to avoid these cuts. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
We'll now hear from Dante Bravo, Nikisha Francis, Laura Tannenbaum, Ambreen Qureshi, and Jeremy Soto. Thank you. You may begin.
Do you want to go first?
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeremy Soto. I'm here representing El Puente and MS 50 Community School in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Thank you to the Council for the opportunity to speak to you today in regards to the budget cuts. The proposed cut of nearly $550 million from the Department of Education will administer a blow to the education of young people that will further increase the achievement gap our educators are tasked with closing. The ill intent of divesting from our young people's education does not promote an equitable learning environment for our students, nor does it equip teachers, administrators, and staff with the resources to meet our students' and families' needs. As civil servants, it would be irresponsible of us to support these budget cuts that would severely undermine the proven solutions that would address both the educational and mental health concerns we've encountered since the emergence of the pandemic. In our community school partnership, we've raised student achievement by working with our students and families' physical, emotional, and social health. Specifically, our funding has allowed us to hire a social worker to work with our Spanish-speaking students on the weekends, primarily students who have refugee status. The cuts to community schools will not allow us to hire this bilingual social worker and continue the progress that we have made with these students. The community school model was a priority of the Council and a mechanism in the Mayor's Violence Prevention Blueprint. Yet, a $10 million cut to a model that is considered a priority to our Council does not align with sustainable growth and equitable development of our students and public school systems. Since when did it become acceptable to negotiate our young people's education? When did it become acceptable for our civil servants to create the problems we aim to solve? We do not stand on this narrative that the education is expendable in our city and will always fight for the future leaders of our city, our young people. It is our responsibility just as much as this mayor's administration to provide an accessible and equitable education to all our young people by preventing these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Chair. Ooh, I turned it up. There we go. Thank you, Chair Brannon and the City Council for your steadfast support of vital arts, culture, and arts education across New York City. My name is Ambreen Qureshi. I'm the Executive Director of EVC, the Educational Video Center. EVC's media arts education programming and broader initiatives help young people heal, grow, and thrive as learners, leaders, and artists, build capacity of teachers and public schools to create transformative learning environments, and use original media to disrupt systems and narratives harming BIPOC youth and their communities. For the last 40 years, EVC has supported positive life and career pathways for over 28,000 BIPOC and working class young people. Alumni from our programs have gone on to work at the Urban World Film Festival, CNN, and become members of the International Cinematographers Guild. EVC teaches credit-bearing film and media arts programs to BIPOC and working class young people from historically excluded and underinvested communities. We work to ensure that New York City's youth remain in and emerge from high school prepared to succeed in college and career pathways during a time when education has been profoundly disrupted. Over the last 3 years alone, EVC has served almost 1,700 students who have secured over 2,500 credits towards high school graduation and earned over $500,000 in paid internships. Youth at EVC thrive. We partner with over 40 schools across New York City each year to help create transformative learning environments across the 5 boroughs. And 15,000 global viewers see EVC videos and hear the voices of youth speak out on critical issues. Critical issues like income inequality in the youth-produced documentary film Gatekeeping the Bills, divestment in under-resourced communities in the 2021 film Unjust and Unequal, Education in Black and White, and relentless gentrification in the recent film The Ones Who Bought Bushwick. As the economy tightens, budget constraints are already impacting the EVC community and our young people. Some of our partner schools simply do not have any funds for art teachers, yet their students, already facing barriers to graduation, require arts credits to graduate. These schools increasingly rely on EVC as a provider of credit-bearing arts programming, creating ballooning demand for our services. The detrimental cuts laid out in the November financial plan will thwart these efforts to meet the critical needs which disproportionately impact Black and brown young people from working class communities. Budget cuts of $17.3 million to the Department of Cultural Affairs and more than $1 billion to New York City's public schools jeopardizes not only vital arts education of organizations like EVC and all of those in this room here with me today, but threaten our city's creative spirit, economic prosperity, and most importantly, our beloved young people. Please prioritize investment in the arts education in New York City's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Rabbi Margot Hughes Robinson, Caitlin Passaretti, Chai Jindasarat, Faris Abulkiti, Janelle Farris, and Tatiana Arguello.
You can begin.
Hi, good evening. Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Chai Jindasarat Yasui, and I am Vice President of Policy at Nonprofit New York. Nonprofit New York is a membership organization representing 1,100 nonprofit organizations across New York City. We champion nonprofits through capacity building and advocacy to cultivate a unified, just, and powerful sector. I would first like to ask the city, why 15? And why are we not being consulted and informed about where programming and services will be cut? Based on our initial analysis of the November plan, crucial programming and services provided by nonprofit organizations will bear a disproportionate brunt of immediate budget cuts this fiscal year, from language access to after-school programs to our arts and cultural institutions. The additional 5% planned cuts in January would be detrimental to the continued running of these community programs. Nonprofit organizations touch every vital aspect of daily life, from public education, health and human services, cultural enrichment to language access. That's why Nonprofit New York has joined over 250 organizations in the Why 15 campaign to ask for transparency and inclusion in the city's budget. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector and work towards creative solutions, not hinder us further. The city cannot withstand a 15% cut to its budget, and any additional cuts to the nonprofit sector will only undermine the public safety, health, and cleanliness of New York City. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Caitlin Passaretti, and I'm a policy associate at the Citizens Committee for Children of New York. I want to thank the members of City Council for joining advocates across the city and calling on the administration to reverse the devastating cuts proposed in the November budget modification. Critical programs for children, families, and communities are facing budget reductions of historic magnitude in this budget adjustment. The early care and education system is facing a $25 million cut to staffing this year and a $120 million cut in seat reductions in out years. This could lead to 10,000 seats being lost from the system. The proposed cuts threaten to strip families of affordable and dependable care, worsening socioeconomic disparities while impeding children's educational and developmental prospects. Compass After School is also facing a $1.5 million cut this year and $6.9 million in out years, resulting in 3,500 seats lost. Programs like Compass are vital lifelines for countless young people, offering crucial support, mentorship, educational opportunities, and safe spaces for personal growth and development. Summer school, libraries, parks, community schools, and services for justice-involved youth are also facing devastating losses. These cuts are in addition to deep cuts in last year's budget, as well as an approximately $1 billion in federal COVID-19 relief funds that have been used to support critical programs such as 3K, preschool special education, Summer Rising, community schools, and more. Unless elected officials act, we are at risk of seeing cuts to each of these programs, cuts that are on top of the cuts laid out in the November plan. On top of all of this, the sweeping destructive reductions, the administration has indicated its intent to make even deeper cuts in the prelim and executive budget. These cuts are indefensible. The scope and depth of the harm they will do to children, families, and communities is impossible to overstate and even articulate. By making these cuts now, our city is depriving tens of thousands of children and families of the essential supports they need to survive and thrive, and proposing a darker future for our city. We call on the city administration to reverse cuts to child and family services proposed in the November budget modification and instead invest in the supports that help children and families thrive. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monet Pralania, Chief of Staff at Brooklyn Community Services, presenting testimony on behalf of Janelle Farris, Executive Director, who had to leave due to an urgent matter. Thank you to Chair Brannon and Member Farias for having us here today. Brooklyn Community Services is a nonprofit organization that has provided social and human services for more than 155 years. We serve young people, families, immigrants, people who are unhoused, people living with developmental disabilities, and others who are living with severe mental illness. Unfortunately, our ability to provide much needed services is at risk because of the draconian budget cuts being proposed this year, at a time when demand for human services is growing. BCS has more than 50 programs across 30 sites in Brooklyn. We partner with our program participants in order to support their personal goals, and that growth leads to a stronger NYC. The services provided by BCS and over 7,000 other New York City human service organizations are critical to the success of the city and the people that we serve. The well-being of New York City residents is a reflection of its strength. We all have a shared vision of a great New York City, and yet the budget cuts as proposed will severely weaken the societal foundation of support and promise that make this city great. Programs and services provided by nonprofit organizations have already been reduced as a result of the cuts announced in November. The proposed additional 5% cuts in January will disrupt services and the lives of people who rely on them. Organizations like BCS touch every aspect of daily life with positive impacts, areas including education, physical and mental well-being, youth development, housing, language access, and workforce development. That's why BCS stands with more than 225 organizations in the Y15 campaign to ask for transparency and inclusion in the city's budget process. As we consider slashing budgets and services, we are doing so in a business environment that already challenges nonprofits to operate under contracts that do not fully cover costs, with a slow, restrictive, and inefficient bureaucracy that notoriously generates late payments, frequently years late. For example, at BCS, one of the many things we do is provide emergency services. For the influx of asylum seekers, COVID, monkeypox, Hurricane Ida, we were on the front lines of support, and each time the city raised the alarm. And yet, well over a year after housing multiple families who suffered from housing loss due to the hurricane, we have yet to be paid.
You'd have to wrap. I know I see you here have 2 more paragraphs, and we have it in written testimony. If you'd like to give your final line, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, thanks. Chair Brannon, Finance Committee members, I thank you for your time, and I implore you to fight for the City of New York by maintaining a strong human service sector. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you so much for all your testimony.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Natalia Anastabal, Nicholas Lombardo, Jane Jang, Juan Carlos Salinas, Erin Orr, and Tamia Santana. Thank you. You may begin when you're ready and go that way.
But click the button.
Thank you for hanging in there and giving us time to speak. I'm here to support this It Starts for the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in New York City schools and communities. My name is Erin Orr, and I'm a teaching artist for Arts Connection. I work in many schools, but I'm here today to give you a detailed picture of my experience with PS 130K in Kensington, Brooklyn. Through Arts Connection and in collaboration with the PS 130 community, I've designed and taught a sequential puppetry curriculum for over 20 years. Until this year, our puppetry program ran all the way from pre-K to 5th grade, offering students at this school a unique opportunity to develop deep knowledge, skills, and confidence within this art form. This year, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade residencies were cut, causing disappointment and loss of employment for the teaching artists who teach the upper school puppetry curriculum. Through our sustained partnership, our students discover new ways to express their ideas and experience the joy of working together toward a shared vision. Teaching artists learn about their own art form from seeing how these young people take it and make it their own. Classroom teachers discover how the children in their classes work and think like artists and are able to make connections in other areas of instruction. And the entire community, including families, come together to celebrate the voices, ideas, and creations of children. So much can be accomplished through sustained partnership between schools and arts partners, but stable funding is required. The cuts proposed would make the sort of deep work that Arts Connection and PS 130 have been able to do unsustainable in the future and completely inaccessible to schools that would like to develop this sort of program. Programs like ours that foster student engagement and community rejuvenation should be available to all New York City public schools. Please prioritize investment in arts education and in New York City's future, because success starts with the arts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Natalia Aristizabal, and I am the Deputy Director at Make the Road New York. I'm here to discuss how the mayor's steep budget cuts will have a devastating impact on the thousands of working class and immigrant New Yorkers who we serve by forcing our city to lower or reduce city-funded legal, health, and adult education, youth services. Our community depends on these services to keep our families together, to learn English, to access health benefits, and more. Short-sighted cuts will impact them for years to come. First, our legal services programs are at risk of substantial cuts for New Yorkers. We have seen how the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative and partnership with NILAG and OnLocal, who testified earlier, fills a critical gap of the immigration services, focusing on individuals who literally are on the verge of deportation. We are a key referral place for everyone who is at the Asylum Navigation Center. We are getting cases all the time while the mayor is trying to cut these very vital services. Cutting legal services will leave people high and dry in the middle of their cases, and it does irreversible harm. Like I said, a lot of them could be facing deportation. Further cuts to DCWP's budget will weaken enforcement and key workers, social workers, and consumer protections like paid sick days. Second, all children and families deserve to have supportive and well-funded quality schools. Slashing the education budget by $1 billion over the next 2 years will be deeply harmful. It will be cutting $18 million from community schools, which provide wraparound services to ensure all students have support they need and their families. And we know from our Bushwick campus in Bushwick the transformative impact that this model has and the harm that it will create in our communities, all these cuts. We're also facing cuts from 3 to K, social workers, restorative justice, student access centers, and more due to the expiring federal funds. This on top of the city's cuts that are reverting to the pre-pandemic is going to have a huge impact on mental health for everyone. And additionally, right now, while the New York Police Department budget cut stays the same and 135 safety agents will be hired, how our newer New Yorkers are going to be served the right way inside of the schools. The third is our adult education. We need to make sure that we are providing English classes to new New Yorkers and to everyone that's here so that they can help and have better jobs, help their kids in school, and continue to have ESL public classes. And lastly, the cuts to the Department of Health and Mental Services and health and hospitals will impact culturally competent health access services, including benefit outreach and enrollment and navigation, as well as community health worker navigators. We need to make sure that we keep all of this for all the New Yorkers who are currently here and the new New Yorkers coming.
Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Juan Carlos Salinas. I am Director of Education at Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning, and I'm also here with the Arts Education Roundtable. The first thing I want to do is thank you for fighting the mayor's calls to cut from your own city council money. We appreciate that you have been holding the line and have not succumbed to that pressure. It is very much appreciated. I had a nice speech prepared and I submitted it online, but I don't think I could say anything better than my peers have already said. What I wanted to say as the son of a Mexican immigrant woman and a Mexican-American father right on the border to Texas, Starr County, Texas, I am able to speak English today, because I couldn't until the age of 7 years old, because of arts education. I was able to escape the third poorest county in the nation and attend Yale University because of arts education. I am able to stand in front of the New York City Council and give testimony because of the gifts that arts education has given me. At Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning, we have these kids. We have the young little Juan Carloses who are the future council members, mayors, senators, representatives. These budgets are devastating to all of us. But that said, we can work our way out of this. The city has faced endless challenges before, but I know that working together, we will accomplish this. But every time I see these poor migrant children and mothers selling things on the subway, I can't help but cry, because that could have been me if my great-grandparents had not migrated just a tad bit sooner, right? But what I'm saying is, arts education, for us, it's free. Every student deserves a quality education, arts education. And I want to thank you guys for, again, making it possible and to continue to make it possible and fight that good fight. And again, please tell the mayor, stop demonizing my people. You know, we are here for a chance at a better life. And again, everything that I've been able to do has been purely through the power of arts education. Please don't take it from my constituents.
Hi, I'm Tamia Blackman Santana, the Chief Officer of Engagements and Inclusion at Ballet Hispanico. That was a hard one to follow, but I will try. I also submitted testimony, so just want to talk from the heart. A native New Yorker, born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, like Ed Koch, New York, a long time ago. The arts raised me. The arts gave me everything. It starts with the arts. We're probably all here because someone in a school saw something bigger for ourselves than we saw. And I just ask all of the city to think about that as they go to the budget. I appreciate everything that the City Council has been doing. I believe in our checks and balances, and I just want to continue to advocate for not only everything that you're doing, but everything that nonprofits are doing. I heard a lot of people talk about partnering with nonprofits. I think now is the time. We're facing something that our city has never faced before. Ballet Hispanico's curriculum is now in 45 public schools in all 5 boroughs, and we'd like to continue to bring access to the arts to as many children as possible. I'll just leave with what I've been researching, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, Article 27. Everyone, including children, has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of its community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
And Jane Jang, we see is on Zoom. You can unmute and begin when you're ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Shane Zhang. I'm a grants and advocacy coordinator from the Korean Community Services of Metropolitan New York. Founded in 1973, KCS is the oldest and largest Korean nonprofit organization assisting underserved communities across the New York City area. To help maintain the health and well-being of underserved AAPI older adults subject to high rates of limited English proficiency and poverty, KCS Older Adult Centers have been providing aging services such as case assistance, information and referral, educational, recreational activities, telephone reassurance and friendly visits, health promotion, and meal services. We currently provide 550 service units in addition to our meal services, with our case assistance staff taking on 15 to 20 cases daily. Despite this overutilization of our services, we have continued to successfully meet each of our clients' needs through our dedicated staff. Challenges exist in this process, however, due to limited funding, which reduces our ability to hire and retain bilingual, culturally competent, and certified staff, and our ability to sustain rising operational and programmatic costs in response to increased cost of living. The upcoming 15% budget cuts across citywide agencies will exacerbate these challenges in maintaining our programs and critical staffing, and therefore diminish our capacity to address the different and changing needs of our clients. Tending to the needs of migrants and asylum seekers is undoubtedly important. However, this priority should not be addressed at the expense of the well-being of other immigrant community members across the city. With these concerns in mind, we ask the city to please take a firm stance against any potential funding cuts to programs serving underserved community members. Your support in retaining funding for our older adult centers will be critical to securing healthier lives for older adults in NYC's most vulnerable community.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Rachel Watts, Jacqueline Raymond Wegman, Nancy Cleaver, Elton Dodson, Kimberly Olson, and Paula Heitman.
You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, for the opportunity to speak. It's nice to have being serenaded by music in the background.
A little musical accompaniment.
Yes, and it's great because I'm here to speak on behalf of the arts. I'm here with the Arts, it starts with the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in the New York City schools. My name is Rachel Watts, and I am the Executive Director of Arts Connection. Since 1979, we have provided programming in all art forms to over 100 public schools a year and impacted the lives of over 3 million young people, representing all 5 boroughs of this beautiful city. Young people represent our future, and what we do now impacts the city's future. Arts Connection supports schools in helping young people think critically, creatively, and as part of a team, much needed skills for the leaders of tomorrow. I've been affiliated with Arts Connection since 1998 and took on the executive director role in September 2020. For the last 3 years, I've seen cuts to our funding from the Department of Cultural Affairs, the largest of which was this year, with a 66% cut that has significantly impacted our organizational capacity to sustain programming. Cuts to city funding create an exponentially negative impact because it means that nonprofits like Arts Connection are limited in their capacity to raise the additional private dollars that support programming. Without organizations like Arts Connection raising additional funds, children and schools would not be able to experience arts programming. The last New York City Department of Education Arts in the Schools report noted that 417 organizations provided some sort of arts programming, with 71% of the reporting schools say they worked with at least one outside organization. We are a necessary resource to schools. This calendar year, we've had to reduce the size of our staff, and because of the ongoing budget uncertainties, work in schools has been minimal, impacting the livelihood of artists on our roster. Budget cuts of $17.3 million, the $1.1 billion to schools threaten our students. Please prioritize investment in arts education and in New York City's future, because it starts with the arts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Olson, and I'm proud to be the Executive Director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Councilmember Farias, and Councilmember Brewer for your commitment to New Yorkers, as well as your support of arts culture and arts education. The Roundtable works with thousands of artists, cultural workers, educators, organizations each year to improve and advance arts education in New York City. I'm testifying as part of the It Starts With the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in New York City schools and communities. The creative sector accounts for 13% of the city's total economic output. 1 out of every $8 in New York City's economic activity can be traced directly or indirectly to the arts and culture sector. Cuts to the Department of Cultural Affairs and New York City public schools jeopardize not only the creative economy, but the very fabric of our city's prosperity and well-being. To stifle this economic engine is to stifle critical services, exacerbates the volatile employment situation for arts workers still recovering from the pandemic, and harms the very heartbeat of our city's economic growth. Furthermore, the cuts will have immediate and long-lasting impact on our city's young people. Arts and culture, as we've heard today, provides an essential lifeline of support for New Yorkers of all ages. Engaging students in learning, increasing parent engagement, supporting student mental health, improving academic outcomes, boosting student attendance, it all starts with the arts. Yet the November financial plan has already resulted in arts education program delays and cancellation. This translates to lost work for artists, eliminated arts instruction, a loss of safe, constructive, out-of-school spaces for young people, and lost opportunity for students to build critical life skills. These damaging cuts are further compounded by delayed city payments and the expiration of temporary federal COVID relief funds, which has funded considerable arts education over the past 3 years. Let us not take it out on our students or their future. Let us not make New York a place that disregards culture as an integral part of our lived experiences and our city's economy. Our city's young people represent the future cultural and economic vitality of our city. Please prioritize investment in arts education and on New York City's future, because it starts with the arts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you guys very, very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Taina Wagnak, MJ Okma, Megan Ahern, Gabrielle Vasquez, Austin Smith, Victoria Davis.
Enjoy.
Thanks. You can begin when you're ready.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. You may hear some stomach rumbling. All of our stomachs are at the bottom at this moment. But my name is Taina Wagnak. I am the Senior Manager of State and Local Policy at the New York Immigration Coalition. We are an umbrella policy and advocacy organization that works statewide with over 200 immigrant-serving member organizations. Thank you, Chair Brennan and the members of City Council for convening this hearing and allowing us the opportunity to testify. We are deeply disappointed to see that once again, this administration has presented New Yorkers with budget decisions that target and will most negatively affect Black, Brown, immigrant, and LGBTQI communities. These proposed cuts completely disregard the challenges everyday New Yorkers face and pit communities against one another while using scarcity as an excuse to instill hatred towards immigrants and asylum seekers. The NYC strongly opposes these proposed cuts, and we urge the City Council to stand in solidarity with their communities to fight back against them. We must fully restore funding for 3K and pre-K programs, which are the only free early childhood education and care available to many immigrant families. We must invest $10 million in outreach and enrollment through the Lincoln Immigrant Families to Early Childhood Education, also known as LIFE Project, which provides hands-on one-on-one outreach and enrollment support to limited English proficient and digitally disconnected families. We must fully invest in New York public schools and CUNY, including protecting and expanding investment in the 6 new English language learners transfer schools outside of Manhattan. We must continue to fight back against the mayor's outrageous 60-day shelter rule that has been displacing folks all throughout the city, and doing so by allocating adequate funding in the budget to expand the city FEP voucher program. This administration has been stubbornly resistant to the comprehensive housing solution recently passed by the city council, which is ultimately more cost-effective and humane. We must invest $5 million in funding to maintain the city's language access worker cooperative, which connect trained professional interpreters to city agencies and city-run providers. And we must restore funding for professional development and technical assistance for DYCD-funded adult literacy program. New York City has long prided itself on being a city of vibrancy, diversity, and endless opportunities. Cutting costs without considering the long-term effects they will have on current New Yorkers as well as future of our cities is responsible at best. We look forward to continue to working with the City Council. And once again, thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening. My name is MJ Okuma with SAGE, an organization that has been serving LGBTQ+ elders and older New Yorkers living with HIV for over 4 decades. Through our network of LGBTQ+ affirming older adult centers. We also provide specialized services for homebound elders, LGBTQ+ veterans, transgender elders, and older New Yorkers living with HIV. Ageism and stigma, combined with a lifetime of compounding discrimination, already prevents many LGBTQ+ elders and older New Yorkers living with HIV to accessing services. In the face of these compounding cuts, we must ask ourselves what communities are most likely to fall through the cracks and how can we fight for an equitable budget. Just last month, the New York City Council held an important oversight hearing on the currently unmet needs of New Yorkers aging with HIV, who are projected to be 70% of all New Yorkers living with HIV by 2030. A similar hearing about the housing and social services needs currently being unmet for LGBTQ+ elders was held in June 2022. The message was very clear out of these hearings. LGBTQ+ elders of color, older New Yorkers living with HIV, and transgender elders have unique and compounding needs that are currently being ignored due to systemic discrimination and exclusion. The needs of these communities cannot withstand a 15% cut to the budget. How can we support these populations by slashing NYC Aging's already bare bones budget? NYC Aging's budget is less than 0.5% of the city budget as a whole. These cuts to aging services will cost the city pennies, will save the city pennies while having disproportionate impacts, and elders who have already faced systemic erasure and discrimination will bear the brunt of these cuts. SAGE is standing with our fellow nonprofits and aging service providers demanding transparency and inclusion in the city budget. We call on the city to partner with the nonprofit sector. Thank you so much for holding this really important hearing and bringing this conversation to light. We look forward to continuing our close partnership with the council to fight for better policy and funding for these communities. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. It's on. Hello, everyone. My name is Gabby Vasquez. Thank you to the Committee of Finance for holding this hearing. I really appreciate your time and your support and for the listening. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Groundswell Mural Arts, a nonprofit organization that brings together artists, youth, and community members to use art as a tool for social change. While I feel so empowered by my colleagues and the open opportunity to uplift my voice before public officials, I'm also overcome with anxiety knowing that the mere existence of accessible youth programming needs to be continuously advocated for when it should be so obvious why they're so essential. Over the course of 26 years, Groundswell has fabricated over 600 murals across the New York City landscape, and chances are many of y'all have seen these beautiful murals fabricated by students, my wonderful students. We have served thousands of teens through our programs since the organization's inception in 1996. We have helped teens in numerous ways by providing them a safe space to learn new creative skills, to make friends, and to prepare their applications for college and other college and career readiness opportunities that are offered down the line. Beyond what we do at Groundswell within the context of programming, we also help adorn public spaces across the New York City landscape. So we, in the process, incite a lot of conversations on the importance of social and political economic issues that face our communities at large. And we really strive to create these opportunities for young people And with these budget cuts, these opportunities really don't come easy. The budget cuts completely stifle us. We are scrambling right now to adjust our working plans for programming that we've designed. And the November announcement of budget cuts really just left us in a moment where we began feeling hopeless, because we know that the nonprofit sector has been facing these budget cuts for a long time now. This isn't anything new, but we recognize that the additional 5% planned cuts in January will be detrimental to Groundswell, as well as just the general running of programs that we offer. I think that we deserve better for the arts sector, the cultural arts sector, and our youth deserve much more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Meg Ahern. I'm the program director for NYPIRG. I'm also a former 3K and current 4K parent whose kids made their best friends in city parks, who love to go to libraries, and whose daughter is in the Middle Stiffs Circus after school program on every Monday so that I could do my job. I'd love to hear their testimony earlier today. The mayor's cuts, as we've heard for nearly 9 hours today, are the budgetary equivalent of eating the seed corn. These cuts will do long-term harm to the city and are simply not worth enacting. Cuts to programs that encourage college re-enrollment and graduation improvement rates, like CUNY Reconnect, ASAP, and ACE. To cut these programs is not only bad for students, but bad for the city's economy. The outsized cuts to community composting programs will increase pollution, and it's not like the food waste goes away, it's just being dealt with worse. It will delay positive habit creation and result in job losses. So there's more in our testimony that we'll submit, but just some solutions. We urge the council to pull together meetings with our state representatives between the council, the mayor, the controller, meeting with the Senate and Assembly to call on the state to step in. The state has $20 billion in reserves, and just as the governor has recently said she'll step in to make the PEG cuts to the NYPD whole, the state should step in to make sure critical programs are also made whole. A nudge from the city council will definitely help. The council should also urge the state to enact the Climate Change Superfund Act, which would raise $3 billion a year to repair climate-related damages. So we all know that climate change storms are getting worse, and the cost to repair is on taxpayers, and it should be corporate climate polluters. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
We'll now hear from Pamela Pettyjohn, Kathleen Corrigan, Roxanne Delgado, and Destiny Colon.
Oh, I guess
Be when you're
I
ready.
guess I'm
Yep.
on. Okay.
Hit it again.
Oh, sorry.
There you
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I'm Kathleen Corrigan, and I'm here on behalf of Friends of Tompkins Square Park. Thank you for your time and your fortitude. I am testifying that New York City parks deserve 1% of New York City's budget. I am testifying against the proposed budget cuts for New York City parks, especially the proposed 1,400 plus maintenance jobs. Tompkins Square is our town square in the East Village. It's 10.5 acres, and it's equivalent in size to about 10 football fields. Currently, the park lacks a full-time gardener, and the park is maintained by a small staff supervised by the Parks Department. Our park is our urban forest, and it is essential outdoor space that demands year-round care and maintenance, especially because of our increased severe weather events. In October of 2022, A small group of neighbors joined with the support of New York City Parks and the Partnership for Parks to restore and preserve the health, the beauty, and the safety of the park. Over the past year, our volunteers have dedicated Saturday mornings to sweeping under benches, collecting trash, weeding, adding soil, adding compost, and planting. We have hosted about 20 events that have been attended by about 200 volunteers. We've spent the past year restoring the southwest quadrant of the park that was devastated by Hurricane Isaias in 2020, and we learned firsthand the tremendous dedication and physical labor that our park staff does to maintain Tompkins Square. Our neighbors, our volunteers, visitors to the park embrace our work, and I ask you to refuse these budget cuts. Do not turn Tompkins Square into the town dump and an all-you-can-eat buffet for the rats. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mallory Muya, Julia Farina, Gabriela Perez, Beth Slepian, and Deborah Freeman. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for your time. My name is Deborah Freeman. I co-chair the Education Working Group for Four Freedoms Democratic Club, an active Democratic club representing the 76th Assembly District. I'm here to testify on behalf of FFDC to oppose the draconian budget cuts to the New York City Public Schools in the November plan. We are deeply concerned that the impact of the drastic $547 million cut to New York City Public Schools and $600 million next year will be devastating for students, schools, and families. Public schools provide essential stabilizing services to the children of New York that are vital to the future of New York City. Our schools need more funding, not less, as they continue to struggle with learning loss and mental health emergency challenges, chronic absenteeism due to the pandemic. At this time of overwhelming need for the public schools, our schools need funding to help the students recover from the pandemic, prepare for success in college and careers. It's not the time for budget cuts to education. Our concerns are increased since, in addition to the cuts in the November plan, there's a slew of additional education programs on the chopping block. Over the past few years, as you've heard, our public schools have been using around $1 billion annually to provide temporary relief for education services that will continue to be important long after the pandemic, including arts education programs that support mental health and social emotional development, social workers, nurses, shelter coordinators, literacy initiatives, and more. With this federal funding expiring in June, we really need elected officials to act now, because if that doesn't happen, there's a risk that these programs will be cut on top of the other programs. So we need City Council leadership to do everything possible now to prevent these cuts to education services, including arts education programs. As the speaker said, nothing is more important to protect than students in our schools, so prioritize investment of education to help New York City students, the future of our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of FFDC on this important issue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Marianne Pizzatola, Sue Ellen Dodell, and Susie, sorry, I can't make out the last name, with nycretirees.org.
Let me go? Okay.
Good evening, Councilman Brannan and staff. This is Mary Ann Pizzatola. I am from the New York City Organization of Public Service Retirees. Ladies and gentlemen of the New York City Council, thank you for this opportunity to address this matter of utmost importance of the well-being of our municipal retirees. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen and an advocate of the rights of those who have dedicated their lives to public service to this city. Let me begin by drawing your attention to the recent events of Cortland County, New York, where an attempt to strip away Medicare benefits of county retirees, just as is being done here, was met with swift and resolute opposition. Recognizing the injustice of such a move, the Cortland County Legislature promptly held an emergency session 2 weeks ago and reversed its decision. This should serve as a stark reminder that threatening the lives of retirees is not only morally wrong, but it's politically unsustainable. In Delaware, the legislature rolled back their move to Medicare Advantage to stave off further litigation as they realized the plan was inferior to traditional Medicare. In Ithaca, New York, the county school board rolled back forcing their retirees into Medicare Advantage and gave their retirees the ability to go back to traditional Medicare. Additionally, 2 unions in Connecticut were assisted by my organization and were the first unions we successfully helped push back their OMB and their OLR, doing the same thing to them. We are helping retirees around the country reverse decisions forcing them into Medicare disadvantage plans. And this should serve as a clear indication that there's a legitimate concern that needs your urgent attention, as we have been saying this for almost 3 years now. We have been made aware that our former unions have been accused of lying about this issue by asserting that our current benefits are part of collective bargaining. Please ask them for a copy of their signed contracts, and you will notice that there is nothing in them about negotiating our benefits. This evidence disproving the union's claims has been well established. It's disheartening for us to witness the council, predominantly comprised of Democrats, not acknowledging the importance of traditional Medicare. A political party that claims to champion Medicare should be at the forefront of protecting Medicare benefits and the retired public servants, elders, disabled, including 9/11 responders. The New York City Organization of Public Service Retirees has demonstrated its commitment to this cause by prevailing 7-0 in court against the city's attempts to strip retirees of their Medicare benefits. And this should serve as another clear indication that this is a legitimate concern that needs your urgent attention. It's disconcerting to see this legislative body sit idly by while the mayor and the unions propagate the unfounded claim that the city will save $600 million annually by slashing Medicare benefits. And let me make this clear, this is not true. The cost of providing Medicare benefits for municipal retirees amounts to about $450 million a year. And further, any, quote, savings from putting retirees into an inferior Medicare plan won't go into the city budget anyway, but instead will go into a health stabilization fund, a fund with no oversight by the council or the comptroller and has been misused for years. I'm almost finished. How the mayor can claim that $600 million when at most the savings would be less than $450 million, which is less than 0.6% of the budget, and the purported dollar savings risks the very lives of those people who serve this city. At what point is the speaker's mantra of #people over everything goes out the window? Our Medicare funding is codified in New York City statute. The math doesn't add up, and the citizens of New York deserve a more transparent and honest explanation. The urgency of this matter cannot be overstated. The failure to protect the Medicare benefits of retirees not only jeopardizes their life, but undermines the integrity of this council as a legislative body. Furthermore, it exacerbates the existing challenge of recruiting and retaining talented workers so needed by our city agencies. A city that does not privatize the welfare of its workforce is destined to be served inadequately by mediocre workers, and that's if the city can even attract them. In conclusion, I implore you to act swiftly and decisively and learn the mistakes of Cortland, Ithaca, Delaware, and Stamford, and acknowledge the victories of the New York City Organization of Public Service Retirees and fulfill the promises made by this city and a political party that claims to care about Medicare. The time for your action is now. I also note that our senior care is also a nonprofit and it is also union, and the Aetna plan that the mayor wishes to force us in is neither one of those. Thank you.
Evening, my name is Laura Genovese. I am a New York City retiree. I was a school secretary and have done 21 years of city service. I join so many in outrage of the brutal budget cuts this administration thinks it could foist on workers and the vulnerable. Just hearing the number of billionaires that reside in New York should make it clear that something is fundamentally wrong with the choices that this administration believes it can make off our backs to save money. With the budget the administration has now left incredibly at your doorstep, I urge City Council members to fight to help us New York City retirees preserve our vetted city healthcare plans, benefits we already paid for and depend on. Some of us are in our 90s, even older. Many are first responders and have gotten disabled. As many City Council members have come to know, there's a great deal wrong with how this administration and the MLC heads have felt that they could violate, handle, and choose health care for us. There's too much to say about this, but I will conclude. The pro-profit Aetna Medicare Advantage plan, which, the mayor and MLC heads have wanted retirees to roll into, would cost many of our lives. In addition, privatizing Medicare is draining our essential Medicare safety net. Insurance companies have been getting increasingly powerful, obscenely overcharging, and causing increasing numbers of doctors to leave the profession. This is not only a gold rush for the Medicare Advantage industry, but alarmingly changing the face of medicine. As we fight these horrid cuts, please also fight to preserve the retirees' current city Medigap. As we enter the new year, please co-sponsor our bill and conduct an oversight investigation hearing into the Healthcare Insurance Stabilization Fund that is being used to justify the diminishment of our benefits. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Brannan. My name is Sue Ellen Dodell, and I worked for the city for 44 years as an attorney and administrative law judge. As a city retiree, I volunteer now to ensure that the city keeps its promises on health care. I'm here today to make sure that the council continues to comply with its obligations under Administrative Code Section 12-126, which for more than 50 years has required the city to provide retirees with a choice of traditional Medicare with a Medigap plan. Please support Intro 1099, which provides that the city must offer at least one Medigap plan to its retirees, and that nothing in the legislation will interfere with the city union's ability to collectively bargain for their employee members. As you know, the mayor and the MLC want to put retirees into this inferior so-called Medicare Advantage plan because of a Ponzi scheme. In 2014, the MLC took money from the city's Health Stabilization Fund and used it to pay for teacher raises and hasn't paid it back. If we're forced into the so-called Medicare Advantage plan, we will lose access to our doctors, hospitals, and treatments. This literally is a matter of life and death. New York City retirees have been fighting for 2 years in the courts to keep our earned Medicare benefits from being stripped away, and we've had 7 court decisions in our favor. But litigation is expensive, and retirees live on fixed incomes. We've been financing our lawsuits ourselves with small contributions, and the city keeps appealing our wins. Some council members are telling us to wait until the lawsuits conclude, but lawsuits can drag on for years. That's why we need Intro 1099 to protect us now. Please don't stand idly by and refuse to help retirees who dedicated our lives to the city. Other states and cities are watching you, and a refusal to help us will mean the end of traditional Medicare. Thank you.
Mary, are you at liberty to tell us where the lawsuit stands in the legal process?
We have 3 different court cases. The mayor has lost at every single level of appeal. So right now, our first case, they've appealed all the way up to the New York State Court of Appeals. We are still in the briefing schedule with that. We're not yet ready to, they've not given us a court date. So I won't expect to see any court dates until probably February, March. The second case, we won the injunction. The city went to appeal that. The judge went to, we classified that as a class action. The judge approved it as a class action. The city that case just appealed that now to the First Department. The third case is our nuclear option case, where the mayor eliminated all of our healthcare choices, and he right now, appealed that, we're in the First Department there too. So I have 1 case in the New York State Court of Appeals and 2 cases in the first department, and that second case is also in the Supreme Court. So literally, I am in 4 courts.
Okay, thank you.
Just so you understand, I mean, financing litigation for 250,000 people, sometimes at our peak point, runs about almost $200,000, $250,000 a month. And that is literally by grassroots donations and me funding this, like doing fundraisers like Jerry Lewis on a monthly basis in order to finance this. And the mayor appeals every single loss.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience waiting around today. Appreciate
You're
you.
welcome. I wanted to be heard. And I did that without a microphone.
We'll now hear from Lena Frey, Ruth Grosvenor, Giselle Ladino, Austin Arosina, and Josh Kellerman.
I have no idea how to use this microphone. Do I have to do something here? Hello? Oh, yes, okay. Hi, good evening, Chair Brennan, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lena Frey, and I am proud to be speaking to you today as a member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, RWDSU. I have worked as a compost coordinator at Grow NYC for over 4 years, but have been dropping off my food scraps for years before that. I feel so much pride because while the work that we do is literally dirty, the services that we provide to New Yorkers make the city a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient place to live and work. The mayor's plan to defund the community compost program is unacceptable, and it violates the city's contract with Grow NYC and the other NYC compost project organizations. What's more, this program employs 115 people, including 53 of us who are union workers. By this time, next week, we will all be unemployed, just in time for the holidays. This is finals week at City College, and I should be at home writing my final papers and preparing for presentations. But instead, I am here testifying for the city to let me and my coworkers keep our jobs, to let us keep providing vital services to communities across the 5 boroughs. I will not sit back and let my coworkers and I lose our jobs without a fight, and I'm asking the City Council to do the same. These cuts are a ploy to pit us against each other and to claim that we must choose between aiding asylum seekers and providing basic services to our city, but they are not mutually exclusive. Community compost is not expensive. It is a drop in the bucket of the city's budget, and yet it has proven to be effective as well as immensely popular. The council must oppose the mayor's cuts to this essential program in order to save union jobs and livelihoods. Funding for community compost must be fully restored and mandated through legislation to ensure it can thrive beyond the opaque pendulum swing that is the city budget contract process that we fight for year after year. Thank you for sticking around.
Ruth, right?
I'm Lena. That's Ruth.
Oh, Lena.
No worries.
I just want to make sure, just for the record, so it's 115 total workers.
Across 9 different organizations, so that's a number of different nonprofits.
53 workers who are RWDSU.
Union workers, yes. There's a couple of Grow NYC managers who are not in our union, but they will also be, I believe, losing their jobs.
Okay, so when they say no layoffs,
they're lying. Or they mean no layoffs through, I guess, the Department of Sanitation's union, but our union is affected.
Got it. Thank you. Ruth, go ahead. Thank you, Lena.
Hi, good evening, Chair Brennan and all the staff here. Thank you for all your support today, keeping this hearing going. My name is Ruth Grebner. I'm a proud member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective represented by RWDSU. I became a master composter in 2012 through the New York City Compost Project at Queens Botanical Garden. Grow NYC hired me back in October 2021 as a compost coordinator. It's truly my dream job, talking to New Yorkers about all things compost. People want to do something to fight climate change, and bringing food scraps to a drop-off where they can connect with a human face, ask questions, share ideas, it gives them a sense of belonging and purpose. Unfortunately, as a result of the PEG's budget cuts, we've all received layoff notices and had to inform our participants that the last day of drop-offs is this next weekend. If these community if the community drop-off cease operations, thousands of pounds of food scraps will end up back in the garbage. I say that not because not everyone can use a smart bin or they don't have one near them. Not every building is using curbside composting. Even in the boroughs of Queens and Brooklyn that have the program, they don't have it available. Their buildings aren't doing it. And so the habits that people have developed of saving their scraps until that weekly trip to the market is going to fade away, leading to increased food scraps in trash bags, which will lead to an increase in rats. All of the work that community compost programs have achieved will be lost to the disruption. My coworkers at Grow NYC and all the workers whose jobs are on the line are passionate about this work and the future of New York City. We've taken jobs with a purpose to help the environment, ending the livelihood of people who eagerly and efficiently work in all kinds of weather to make sure food scraps are collected, delivered, and processed in order to help our city and our planet is such a heavy blow, and it has ripple effects for the community gardens and education programs and more. We're here to fight for our jobs and for a sustainable New York City, and we ask that you do the same. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, Chair Brannon, Council. My name is Austin Aracena. I work for Grow NYC as a compost driver and coordinator, also a part of RWDSU. Been a compost coordinator and driver here for about 2 years now, and I've seen firsthand how our work has benefited communities all across the city. My coworkers and I are the ones you see every week at food scrap drop-off sites, no matter what the weather is, rain, shine, and snow. We're there to answer questions from the public about all manners of compost, recycling, and waste diversion issues. We're the ones alongside our wonderful partners at the New York City Compost Project that process these food scraps into finished compost for parks, gardens, and community spaces. We also outreach to community groups and local businesses for waste diversion education. Community composting was fully funded by the city and the mayor in the last budget, and defunding this program is a violation of the contract that the city has with Grow NYC and other New York City Compost Project programs. It's a blatant violation of the public's trust and the open budgeting process, which is supposed to set the fiscal priorities for the city. Now the mayor is going back on that commitment and demolishing years of progress made in building the infrastructure and necessary public awareness needed to divert food waste from mainstream waste and rebuild New York City soil in the process. It's not an expensive program. It's about 0.3% of the city's sanitation budget, but it does a lot of good for the city. Again, these budget means the loss of 115 green jobs and 53 union jobs, and the loss of essential education, outreach, and waste diversion services to neighborhoods our workers provide to. This includes underserved communities by the city and other government agencies such as the Bronx. This defunding comes just in time for the holiday season, putting an unjust burden on New Yorkers that have done nothing but provide for the city. It's an injustice to the communities we serve and to the union workers who serve them. Eliminating New York City Compost Project and Grow NYC's compost funding is anti-sustainability, anti-environment, anti-union, and anti-New York. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Gisela Dino, and I am a proud member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. I have worked as a compost coordinator for Grow NYC for more than a year now, and together with our partners at the New York City Compost Project, we serve millions of New Yorkers throughout the 5 boroughs, providing food scrap collections, organics processing, compost outreach, education access, and finished compost. The mayor's budget cuts will eliminate 115 jobs across 9 organizations, including 53 union jobs. We were informed we would lose our jobs on December 17th, 2 weeks earlier than we were led to believe. As you know, we are being fired right before the holidays. This is not right. This is not fair. Our program is not expensive. The elimination of our program has brought feelings of devastation, desperation, and anxiety. I feel stressed, anxious, and ultimately devastated at the thought of knowing that I am now about to be unemployed in just a couple of days before the holidays, which are meant to bring joy to us. Not only do my coworkers and I feel this way, but our participants who we get to serve every week feel this way too. Just the other day, I was having a conversation with one of our participants at our Ridgewood site in Queens, who was expressing how extremely upset she is because our program will no longer serve her and her community. As a frequent participant, she has seen firsthand the impact that our food scrap drop-off sites does to her community by beautifying it. As we know, rats are a huge issue in all of New York City, not just certain neighborhoods. Our participant stated that after she started separating her food scraps from her regular trash and dropping it off at our site, she saw the impact that it had on her block. There were less rats that would chew through her garbage bags, meaning there was less of a mess on our city streets. I am positive that with the cut of our program, the rat population will only get worse. We need more of these sites, not less. She realized it takes more than one person to make a neighborhood clean. While at our site, she would witness the constant flow of weekly participants doing the same act that she was doing each week. She would also be educated and would experiencing the fruit of her labor, that is our finished, nutrient-filled compost soil that we would give away. Her heavy grief at the news of our closure brought her to be grateful for all the hard work that we do, but she also expressed that she will miss having weekly interactions with the coordinators at the Ridgewood site. Social interactions that she won't have if she drops off at a City Smart bin or the brown curbside composting bins. Dropping off at our sites is easy and accessible to all New Yorkers. It does not require an app on a smartphone, unlike the City Smart bins. Our service does not exclude our elderly participants who do not have a smartphone to open a City Smart bin. And yes, this is a concern that has been brought to us by many of our participants who do not know how to operate a smartphone or who just don't simply own one. Mass budget cuts hurt not only those directly impacted, but it impacts all of New York City. We need an actual solution that guarantees the best for our city. The mayor needs to find the money to fund community compost so we can keep our jobs, keep serving our communities, and keep moving forward to beautify our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. My name is Josh Kellerman. I'm the Director of Public Policy at the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, RWDSU. We represent the workers at Grow NYC, who are an incredible group of individuals that run New York City's farmers markets and also operate the city's community composting program. These workers are the face of our farmers markets and our composting programs. Over 115 of these workers will lose their jobs on the 17th if the mayor's cuts are allowed to go through as planned. This is a personal tragedy for these workers coming right before the holidays. And this is a tragedy for the city of New York that will lose the entirety of its community composting program at the end of this year. I implore the members of City Council, please do not let these cuts happen. Find the money to keep this essential service operating and to keep these workers employed during the holiday season. In addition, regardless of what happens in the short run, I implore City Council to fund the community composting program in full for the next fiscal year and to pass a bill officially establishing this program in law, ensuring its existence long into the future. But for now, there is still time to save this program and these workers' jobs. Let me be clear, the city's curbside program is not a substitute for community composting. We fully support curbside composting and want to see it expand, but it is not a universal program. It doesn't exist in the Bronx or Staten Island. When will it start? Sometime in the future. What fills this gap now? The community composting program. And there are several other service gaps that our members have referenced that the curbside program does not serve. The outreach and education role of community composting is something that cannot be replicated by traditional Department of Sanitation programming. And as I mentioned before, the community composting program is the face of composting in the city. They're present throughout the city to educate community members about proper composting and its benefits. Please don't cut the community composting program. It's an essential service, and it is cruel to cut these workers' jobs right before the holidays. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much.
We'll now hear from Divad Durant, David Moss, Jesse Spellman, Edward Francis Miller, Omari McCleary, and Mindy Aloff. Divad or David? D-I-V-A-D? Thank you. You may begin. Yep, sure.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and the City Council for your support of arts, culture, and arts education across New York City. I'm here to support the It Starts with the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in New York City schools and communities. My name is Ed Miller, and I'm a program manager at Arts Connection and reside in Astoria, Queens. Arts Connection's programs support literacy, communication, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking, and create socially just learning environments. Budget cuts of $16.4 million to the Department of Cultural Affairs and more than $1 billion to New York City public schools threaten our city's creative spirit, economic prosperity, and our students. These budget cuts have greatly affected Arts Connection school partnerships. Many of the grants that we applied for were not funded. Principals with whom I work can thus not afford arts programming. There are long-term consequences to these cuts. Schools will end up with shifting priorities, and arts partnerships with schools, which we have cultivated over years and sometimes decades, will disappear. Arts Connection was born from a desperate need for arts education in public schools in the 1970s. Cuts to the agencies that we work with spell disaster for arts education and the cultural community that is part of the fabric of this city. The damaging cuts laid out in the November financial plan are compounded by the expiration of federal COVID-19 relief funds, which had funded arts programs supporting students' academic, social, emotional recovery. Considering the trauma of the pandemic lockdown as well as the influx of newly arrived immigrants, New York City young people today have a desperate need for arts programming, which has proven to help heal trauma. Through city fund programs such as CASA, Arts for Els, and SWD, Broadway Junior, and Summer Rising, Arts Connection has been able to provide these vital programs that foster student engagement, mental health, and community rejuvenation should be the last cut, not the first. Our city's young people represent the future, culture, and economic vitality of our city. Please prioritize investment in the arts education in our most vulnerable New Yorkers and children, because the city's health and success starts with the arts. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is David Moss. I am speaking on behalf of the Legal Defense Fund. We call on the council to ensure adequate funding for services that improve the well-being of our communities and put an end to the pattern of exceptionalism that protects the NYPD budget at the expense of other crucial public resources. Aggressive policing does not make our communities safer. Since the mayor took office and reinstated police initiatives like neighborhood safety teams, the NYPD is making more arrests, mostly for nonviolent offenses, and most of this policing is highly concentrated in Black and brown communities. Instead of prioritizing the NYPD budget, the city should make substantial investments to enable impacted communities to direct and determine the resources necessary to ensure their safety and prosperity. We must prioritize health, housing, education, employment, and workforce development. Unfortunately, these are the very services that are devalued in the mayor's proposal. Cuts to food programs, sanitation, and healthcare make communities less safe. Cuts to the DOE will jeopardize programs like universal pre-K and 3K and disproportionately impact Black and brown communities by stifling resources to an already underfunded and segregated school system. Slashing funding for parks and libraries decrease public safety by providing fewer recreational spaces for young people and decreasing access to community resource centers. Cuts to DSNY will result in less garbage collection in the outer boroughs, meaning worse service for Black and brown residents and potentially unhealthy conditions surrounding NYCHA housing. Our housing agencies have faced chronic underinvestments as well, but meanwhile, NYCHA residents and unhoused New Yorkers are often the ones who experience aggressive policing most acutely. This is a recipe for increased instability, which we fear the administration will later use to justify more increases in spending for criminalization and policing. We must end the NYPD's budget exceptionalism. At $11 billion, the city has a larger police budget than the next 14 municipal police budgets combined. While it was initially announced that law enforcement agencies would also face a hiring freeze, reports indicate that the city intends to hire 120 new school safety agents, and the NYPD was announced as one of the few agencies exempted from the next round of cuts. Our exorbitant police spending amounts to a plundering of community services, which inevitably leads to Black, brown, and queer communities suffering most. These communities already deal with underinvestment, and the mayor's proposal will only harm them further. We call on the council to invest in services that will lead to true safety and well-being while ending the NYPD's budget exceptionalism. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jessie. My pronouns are she, her, and we, ours. I'm a fourth-generation New Yorker, and we know the power we all have to shape our city. Don't you think it's a pity to hear children say, why is there no budget for pre-K? No budget for libraries, no budget for books, no budget for parks. They just took and they took. With billions in reserves and billions for cops, our children are asking you, when does it stop? We have all we need to make our city thrive. Let's invest in the things that keep us alive. More libraries, more parks, more schools, more art. Less weapons, less bloat. Please use your head and your heart. We can build a better and stronger city for all. City council members, please heed our call. Invest in our libraries, our parks, and our schools. Let common sense and love be our strongest tools. Divest and dismantle the SRG. It's our constitutional right to protest peacefully. We deserve care, not cuts, no ifs, ands, or buts. The future is bright. Think what we can do. And remember, history has its eyes on you.
Thank you, we need a poetry. Hello, my name is Devad Durant. I'm a leader in the Justice Committee, a grassroots organization committed to ending police violence and systemic racism in New York City. As a Black man raised in the South Bronx, one of the poorest congressional districts in the United States, I've experienced the physical and psychological harms of police violence, as well as the violence of historical disinvestment. Growing up, my safety was dependent on essential services like youth programs, community centers, public libraries, institutions and organizations that nurture neighborhoods back to health, not the NYPD. I was repulsed to learn that the consequences of Mayor Adams' mismanagement of city funds and refusal to generate revenue from the rich leaves low-income Black, Latinx, and other New Yorkers of color stuck with the bill. The NYPD's budget increased by close to $135 million in the mayor's financial plan, at least 2.3 of an increase in the budget. NYPD wastes millions on expenses like over $1,600 per month for a RoboCop that also costs 2 cops to protect the robot, $75,000 each for robot dogs, $500 million to hide radio transmissions from the public despite it being fined for 87 years. This is a waste. We've just listened to tons of other programs that need funding, and this is literally a waste. Moreover, New York City will pay out $121 million in police misconduct settlements this year. This doesn't even include the personnel costs of keeping cops who kill, brutalize, and sexually assault on payroll when the NYPD obstructs discipline and refuses to fire them. Despite this, the NYPD is already reported to not face cuts in January. Claims that reducing police numbers will increase violence lacks evidence. Clear-eyed research supports that real safety is achieved through investments in core infrastructure and services like affordable housing, childcare, healthcare, and youth programs, something that your colleague Caban was leading us toward when we were talking about what does public safety look like. We need a city council and mayor to prioritize New Yorkers' well-being over further bloating the police force. I urge the mayor and city council to stop giving the NYPD preferential treatment and invest in services that all New Yorkers need to thrive.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So folks remaining in the room, if you're signed up to testify, you can come on forward. And after that, we'll go to our panelists on Zoom. Please state your name when you're ready, and you can begin with your readiness.
Hi, my name is Nadia Swanson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Director of Technical Assistance and Advocacy at the Ali Forney Center. We are the world's largest program for LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness. We serve over 2,200 youth a year, and they estimate about 5,700 homeless youth are in New York every night. There's no budget to cut. The RHY budget for DYCD is just under $50 million. Our personal budget is $22 million. And that $50 million is spread around 6-7 different programs in the continuum. What happens when we lose money is literally people die. That's what we see every day. And I'm just gonna, my testimony is with you, but it's to be frank, that's what happened. When we had to shut down during COVID for most of our services, our housing stayed open, 13 youth died. For the 10 years prior to COVID, 8. When there's not services for youth to be able to come and have substance use services, to get away from domestic violence, get housing, get therapy, have medical care, young people who have been rejected from their families and have nowhere else to go just get to continuously rejected by New York City again. And all they want to do is become members of our society and be contributing members and thrive and have families and be part of the community. This is who we need to be funding. If we're not funding youth who are experiencing homelessness, what are we doing, right? Those are our most vulnerable New Yorkers. So I just want to leave that with that, and my testimony will be given into you. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you to Chair Brannon and the City Council for your steadfast support of arts, culture, and arts education across New York City. It's quite wonderful, actually, that I can preface my remarks by thanking you personally, Councilmember Brennan, for your cultural funding in FY 19 and 20. The Council's initiative and discretionary awards are the lifeblood of our nonprofit's fiscal health. My name is Sidney Grant, a 33-year resident of Manhattan, member of the Starts with the Arts Coalition, and proud founder and artistic director of Ballroom Basics. We're the only large-scale, non-competitive partner dancing nonprofit in the DOE vendor system, but you, the City Council, and hundreds of schools know me as Dr. Dance. We transform the social and emotional health and wellness of your constituent communities through the poise and politeness, the verbal and physical courtesies of non-competitive ballroom and Latin dancing, meaningful work that is threatened by the mayor's present and proposed budget cuts, because these cuts mean that this doctor and his dancing practitioners will have far fewer prescriptions of fun, fitness, and fancy footwork with which to combat bullying, device addiction, in order to transform peer relations in the classrooms, enabling every child, regardless of ethnicity, ability, popularity, and/or identity, to dance rotationally and respectfully with their classmates. And when we bring these schools together at the conclusion for the Ballroom Basics Bash, no drugs, no alcohol, pornography, profanity, manners. We're bringing them together with manners, which is why we have our meaningful motto, making manners matter every move we make. This is what is at the core of arts education: safe, welcoming spaces for children to feel accepted, validated, and self-expressed. We've amassed over a decade of both anecdotal and empirical evidence that the impact of our programming is one of the most significant adolescent experiences in the young lives of the children we serve. Deja Baker, one of our first students from 2008 to 2001, said herself that this program, this program opened my eyes to etiquette, something I'd never known. It has forever changed my young adult life. As Speaker Adams emphatically mentioned in her opening remarks today, cuts to schools and students do a grave, debilitating disservice to our community. It's a hard pill to swallow to think that we literally crafted CDF funding programming this year in response to the migrant crisis, and that CDF programming is actually on the chopping block. So we ask you, please, to do whatever you can in your political will to reverse the $17.3 million of the DCLA budget reduction, and please ensure that the vital, creative, life-giving connection of the arts and arts education is protected, because as Kim Olson and others have said today, it starts with the arts. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm glad to be one of the last speakers of tonight. My name is Michael Magazine. I am a college student, activist, and Brooklynite, and I'm here calling the New York City Council to stand against the mayor's proposed budget cuts. It's absolutely unacceptable that this city puts educating our children, our retirees, our public libraries, among other essential public goods on the budget chopping block. All the while, NYPD gets the green light for another year of $200+ million in tort settlements and judgments, and an estimated $133.7 million in funding their hyper-aggressive and controversial strategic response group. You've already heard plenty of expert testimony and impact statements from organizations, departments, and many people of this city on just how disastrous these budget cuts will be. What this city needs now more than ever is care, not cuts. Care as in allocating enough of the budget so that pre-K and 3K classrooms in the Bronx and Staten Island can open on time. Care as in funding our libraries so they can continue to provide New Yorkers 7-day service. Care as in ensuring 43% of the school system doesn't have a mid-year budget crisis. Care as in community composting. Care as in investing in New York City parks and in green jobs. Care as in keeping thousands of vacant positions open so that departments that have already been fighting staff shortages don't crumble from a hiring freeze. If you want to cut something, cut the Boston Dynamic Robo-Dogs and Nightscope police Roombas that patrol Times Square Station. Cut funding the Strategic Response Group, who cost us not in just keeping them running, but also in their misconduct lawsuits. Cut NYPD's excessive overtime. Cut the countless items on FBI Investigation Adams' austerity agenda, which prioritizes pricey private contracts and rooftop parties over the people of this city. And for the love of God, can we stop using migrants as a convenient excuse for every administrative failing? They're people, not problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll now move to panelists on Zoom. First testimony we'll hear from Paulette Healy, followed by Tanisha Grant.
You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I just wanted to thank Chair Brannon for sticking in there. I am grateful to have you representing my borough of Bay Ridge as my council member. And I wanted to also acknowledge the fierce advocacy from the Progressive Caucus, especially Councilmember Alexa Aviles and Councilmember Rudy Joseph for prioritizing our children. As Councilmember Alexa Aviles has already spoken about, District 75 is under attack. The DOE, in response to the 5% pegs, are looking to cut $97 million from District 75 schools. Schools, not programs, schools. And what that means is that there's schools that are losing their entire para budget. There are schools that are losing their entire per-session budget. And what that means to families and students is that there will not be a bus para, a medical para, a support para to actually allow the child to attend school. We're talking about thousands of children who will not be able to get their free and appropriate education because of decisions made by the DOE in response to these 5% cuts. And as everyone has been saying before, we need care, not cuts. We need to prioritize people over profits. And I am really hoping that the city council will refuse the austerity cuts that this mayor is proposing. As much as I don't like to acknowledge it, Michael Mulgrew was right during his testimony. This is a case of mismanagement. We have a mayoral crisis, not an immigrant crisis. These are families coming to seek refuge because of the horrific things that they've experienced. And our schools are hubs that they're supposed to be able to feel welcomed and supported and given an opportunity to thrive, just like all the other immigrants that have ventured into this country over the past centennial years. We need to make sure that the mismanagement stops. We need to prioritize the oversight that the controller has already talked about in terms of how we are handling the divvying of contracts to the for-profit organizations that are addressing our asylum-seeking families, and wonder why not 30% of those very expensive contracts
Time
are
expired.
going to minority and women-based enterprises, like they're supposed to with any RFA that's being presented for city agency consideration. If the Department of Buildings have to do it, then so should those who are tasked and making a profit off of the backs of these disenfranchised families. I also
Your
want to
time-
make sure that,
your time
we
has expired.
prioritize what is important. We have, okay, I'll wrap up, sorry. I just want to make sure that our students with disabilities are not targeted for these particular cuts, because we will go to Washington and sue this mayor on behalf of our students with disabilities, because when you take $97 million away from District 75, which serves almost 100% of students with disabilities, you are discriminating against an entire disability population. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. We will now hear from Tanisha Grant, followed by Andrew Stayana.
You may begin.
I want to say that I second what Paula Haley had to say. My name is Tanisha Grant, and I am the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York and Moms United for Black Lives New York City. Thank you, Chair Brennan, for holding this important meeting. I have been listening to testimony since 10 a.m. this morning. It is irresponsible how the Office of Management did not answer key questions asked by our City Council members. I only heard them constantly repeat the same thing, which is we don't have the money. We have heard countless agencies, union leaders, nonprofits, community-based organizations like ours, community activists, and parent leaders not only object to these cuts, but also give solutions and reasons why we shouldn't be cutting any of our vital public service agencies, including the Department of Education. As our community partners, Advocates for Children has laid out, there are countless school services that were funded by Fed COVID funds, services like that our children should have had before the pandemic. Without these funds, these programs would not exist. These funds for 3K and pre-K community schools, restorative justice programs, Department of Education nurses, should be permanently funded in the New York City budget every year, full stop. Support for our children in special education should be fully funded. As Chair Councilwoman Joseph of the education community stated, Nicholas's cases are increasing. Nicholson letters are increasing because our public schools don't have the funds needed to support our children's IEP services. We agree with Councilman Charles Barron about using our reserves to fully fund our schools and all public service agencies.
Your time has
We
expired.
have had several clients who didn't get their food stamps on time. Some clients had to wait 2 extra weeks. I'm not talking about people applying, though we know there are issues there, but I'm speaking about people who already have cases. When we encourage clients to go to HRA, they were told that HRA systems are running slow. What are our clients supposed to do while waiting for food stamps? We believe that staffing is still down across agencies, and this is why service has been slower than usual. We asked the Finance Committee to look into numbers of people re-entering shelter systems. The Office of Budget Management says 16%. We highly doubt that. Maybe they are only accepting 16% back into the system. We have had clients visit shelters and be turned away because there is no space. Please stop
Your time
blaming
has expired.
asylum seekers. I'm going to wrap it up. Please stop blaming asylum seekers for poor leadership. Let's not repeat the poor leadership of the pandemic. Let's go on, and we ask City Council to not pass a budget that will harm our city as a whole. Thank you for having this meeting.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Andrew Stayana, followed by Alex Malesio.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thank you for this marathon hearing. I've learned a lot today. I want to thank Chair Brennan and the council members of the Finance Committee for holding this important hearing. My name is Andrew Santa Ana, and I'm the Deputy Director of Research and Policy at the Asian American Federation. At the Federation, we proudly represent a collective voice of over 70 nonprofits, several of whom will testify or submit testimony, and we represent over 1.5 million New Yorkers. We're here today, obviously, to discuss the disastrous cuts proposed by the mayor. Without question, these impacts will devastate our communities. I wanted to just make a few small points followed with some data, and that data I think is really important. Since 2010, the Asian population in New York City has increased 34%, growing from 1.1 million to 2010 to 1.5 million in 2020, making up 17.3% of our city's total population. Overwhelmingly, Asian American New Yorkers are immigrants, and 2 out of 3 in the city are foreign born. Of those Asian immigrants, 24% arrived after 2011, and many of those immigrants are limited English speaking. So the 2 points I wanted to make in the time that I have is to just point out that Asian American and AAPI nonprofits, like many other nonprofits serving communities of color, are underfunded. We are also completely led by community members themselves that are impacted by the issues of confluence race, immigration, and identity. Through these challenges, despite a regular shortage of resources, we continue to deliver them. Prior to these funding cuts, AAPI nonprofits have struggled to meet the demand. Distinctly, and this is why these cuts are so important to us, AAPI nonprofits rely on government funding to support our life-saving work more so than other communities. For example, according to the Asian American Pacific Islanders and Philanthropy Report, for every $100 spent by foundations, only 20 cents are designated for AAPI.
Your time has expired.
One more point that I just wanted to make is that Asian New Yorkers are immigrants and Asian New Yorkers are nonprofits. So when we talk about these cuts to the community, there's a conflation here. That's a rhetoric that we want to reject, right? Our communities are not going to fall for that rhetorical trap. And in fact, Asian communities are the ones, and our Asian American nonprofits are the ones providing services to nonprofits. And so with the larger goal of addressing the nonprofit crisis, it's basically shooting itself in the foot by trying to silence or limit resources to the Asian American community. So thank you for your time. I hope you all have a good night and have an opportunity to rest and take care of yourselves later. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Alex Malescio, followed by Lacey Talber.
You may begin.
Chair Brennan and members of the City Council. My name is Alex Malescio, and I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at Urban Upbound, a nonprofit that breaks cycles of poverty for lower-income New Yorkers through a comprehensive suite of direct services. Today, I will bring attention to the importance of programs that are designed specifically to empower residents of public housing communities and the risks that these communities face should such programs be cut. Programs that provide public housing residents with viable pathways for overcoming the systemic barriers to career, personal, and financial growth must always remain a priority in our city because trust, continuity, and reliability are key determinants of the success of such programs. Every day throughout our city, nonprofits that are accessibly located within public housing developments serve the residents of these communities. At Urban Upbound, for instance, we serve residents through workforce development, financial counseling and inclusion, youth development, education, access, and small business development, tax preparation, and mental health services. However, it takes more than a conveniently located service center to make a real impact in public housing communities. Just as important is the trust that is built through in-depth outreach and the consistent reliability of services. At Urban Upbound, we rely on our historical place within a larger network of resident association leaders, community organizers, faith leaders, and fellow nonprofits to share recent program offerings and success stories with the community. We rely on our outreach and program staff who often reside in the same communities we serve to foster motivational and effective relationships with clients. And finally, we rely on the continued availability of our programming so that community members know that our doors will be open to them regardless of whether their career, financial, or personal growth journey takes 5 days or 5 years. It is for these reasons I urge the City Council to consider the long-term consequences, potential budget cuts for our city's most vulnerable members. As responsible stewards of public funds, it is crucial to recognize that investment in public housing communities yields significant returns.
Your time has expired.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Lacey Tolber, followed by Veronica Wong.
Hi, good evening. Donovan Swanson with the Brooklyn Borough President's Office. Apologies on the confusion. Thank you, Chair Brennan, and more power to you for holding this important hearing today. I'm here representing the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso, to express his opposition to specific budget cuts outlined in the November PEGs. While financial projections require us to have tough conversations about cutting back, we need a data-driven approach that prioritizes quality of life for New Yorkers and hits critical services, social services last, not first. Our office has submitted testimony digitally. I will focus on areas of concern like education, youth, and libraries. Pre-K and 3K lead to positive outcomes for student learning and provide an alternative to expensive childcare for working parents. According to the Center for American Progress, the estimated average cost of high-quality preschool in New York City exceeds $15,000 a year, while Kings County's median household income is approximately $67,000 a year. Meanwhile, need is outpacing supply. The Office of Children and Family Services classifies over 60% of Brooklyn as a child care desert. The answer isn't cuts, it's more aggressive and culturally sensitive outreach to communities with the most need and a continuing shift in seats to extended day and full year for working families to participate. Additionally, given the scale of these cuts, it seems unlikely that early childhood educators, who are predominantly women of color, won't face layoffs. Community schools. Despite DOE's recent testimony in which they committed to no individual community school closures, it's hard to see how it will be possible for them to maintain quality of programming after these cuts. Every community school should have the ability to operate a meaningful program, especially now that many are supporting our newly arrived families and students. By reducing community school funding, we're only limiting our schools and providers the ability to adequately serve their students and their families. These PEGs are even more impactful coming on the heels of mid-year budget cuts. According to the UFT, 650 schools saw a total of 109 million cuts citywide, with approximately 35.7 million of those being built on schools. I'll just wrap up by saying we also included in our testimony the damaging cuts to both campus programming as well as our libraries and our community composting. The Borough President stands with their partnerships in City Council, and we look forward to continuing the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Veronica Wong, followed by Nicole Tuzian.
Good evening, Chair Brannon, members of the council and council staff. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to testify. My name is Veronica Wong. I'm the Advocacy Director at University Settlement. Every year, University Settlement partners with 40,000 New Yorkers across Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn. We provide programming for all ages. Like so many of the community-based organizations, I want to echo just how devastating these cuts will be on our programming and the ability of community-based organizations like ours to continue providing high-quality programs and services to so many New Yorkers. We're going to submit longer testimony, but I'd like to focus our testimony on addressing two of the administration's main talking points regarding these cuts. The first one is that the administration argues it can cut senior centers, early childhood, after school, preventive services because of lower enrollment. Using lower than normal enrollment in the last 2 years is using a faulty benchmark. The human services sector is by no means the only sector in New York that is yet to rebound to pre-pandemic numbers, and our sector faces unique challenges as we seek to be responsive to the communities that we serve. Second, the administration has blamed programmatic and service cuts in our sector on the incoming asylum seekers. We reject this framework. As New Yorkers, we refuse to scapegoat our newest New York neighbors. In fact, we know that strengthening our sector strengthens the ability of the city to meet this moment. Instead, we have seen years of divestment from our sector and disrespect for our workers, including a lack of any COLA for our staff, many of whom qualify for the very services they provide due to their low city contracted wages. Shame on the city for now threatening these cuts to these programs and to their jobs. Nonprofits like ours already operate our high quality programs on lean budgets, and we can't absorb this cut without reducing services. For us, that means at minimum, a 15% cut means at minimum, almost 500 young people will no longer be able to receive after school services, hundreds of working families impacted, I'll be quick. 400 young people will no longer be able to receive summer camp services. Almost 9,500 homebound meals per year will no longer be served to older New Yorkers. And there are many, many more impacts that we will include in our written testimony. This is just not the time to undercut our working New Yorkers and the community-based organizations that serve them. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Nicole Touzion, followed by Luke Boyd.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of DanceWave, a nonprofit dance organization located in Brooklyn, where I serve as executive director. Like many arts organizations, DanceWave is counted on to provide essential services to over 6,300 youth, adults, and seniors each year. We provide dance education programming at no cost to participants from the most under-resourced neighborhoods across New York City. Last year, we partnered with over 20 schools with significant volumes of recently arrived migrant students, many of whom were living in temporary housing. We understand the importance of providing safe, inclusive, and engaging programs to reach these young people at such a critical time. We also know that art has been proven to help people feel connected, valued, seen, and heard, in addition to improving academic performance and developing the social and emotional life skills necessary for success. Budget cuts to the Department of Cultural Affairs and New York City Public Schools will have detrimental impact on all New Yorkers. In the short term, these cuts will force organizations like DanceWave to eliminate entire programs serving thousands of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. And that's just one organization. The city leaned on arts and cultural organizations like DanceWave to help fill persistent programming gaps in New York City public schools, older adult centers, shelters, libraries, and community and social service centers. In the long term, these cuts will cause significant and lasting damage to the health and vibrancy of our neighborhoods as social disconnection further exacerbates the mental health crisis and as youth have fewer opportunities to engage in meaningful and future-affirming activities. These budget cuts might be presented as a short-term savings solution, but they will only cost us more in the long run. Our city and its future is at stake. I ask the committee to advocate for our city's arts organizations who represent the future cultural and economic vitality of our city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Luke Boyd, followed by Yvonne Rowan.
Good evening, Chairman Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Luke Boyd. I'm the Director of Education Public Programs at Historic Richmond Town on Staten Island. Thank you for hearing my testimony and for support of our city's cultural institutions and the arts. I'm here today to advocate for the continued financial support for cultural orgs and their outreach into New York City's communities, which enrich the life of our city and its people. Historic Richmond Town has been proud to partner with Carnegie Hall Citywide. For the last 2 summers, we have hosted performances by world-class musicians at our open-air campus on Staten Island. These free concerts have delighted our visitors, many of whom come to the Richmond Town neighborhood adjacent to our site. They come from the neighborhood. Nestled in the middle of the island, our local residents and neighbors are accustomed to distance when it comes to arts and culture, knowing that a long commute separates them from the entertainment capital of Manhattan. Carnegie Hall's citywide initiative collapses that distance, bringing live music to their doorstep. The incredible talent of Jamie Stone's Folklife and Empire Wild drew hundreds of visitors to the center of town. These concerts bring a diverse group of people together to our village site from across different age groups and communities on the island. Each audience member's experience is an encounter with this unique museum that will endure, inspiring them to seek out more experiences that excite the mind and engage them with their community and their neighbors. HRT is a member of the city's Cultural Institutions Group and is the oldest cultural organization on Staten Island. Historic Richmond Town is dedicated to understanding and chronicling the unfolding human history on Staten Island and providing experiences that inform, provoke, and delight, whether that be a tour, a program, a living historical reenactment, a school field trip, a walk on the grounds. We remain committed to preserving the past and serving our public in the present. Without the support of our mayor and the city council, Carnegie Hall's citywide initiative would not be possible, nor would HRT be adequately able to staff and host these beloved concerts, which are now an annual part of our tradition in the community. Programming and services provided by nonprofit orgs have already been reduced as a result of the cuts announced in November. The additional 5% plan cuts in January would be detrimental to the continuing running of these programs. Organizations like Richmond Town and Carnegie Hall touch every vital aspect of life, from public education, health and human services, cultural enrichment to language access. We call on the city to partner with our nonprofit sector and work toward creative solutions, not to hinder us further. The city cannot withstand a 15% cut to its budget, and any additional cuts to the nonprofit sector will only undermine the public safety, health, and cleanliness of our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Yvonne Rowan, followed by Natasha Siddhartha.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Rowan. Thank you for this marathon day and for your commitment to hearing from New Yorkers about this budget and what is going on with it. I am an artist. I'm a teaching artist, and I am the development director for New York City Children's Theater, known legally as Making Books Sing. And I'd like to thank the council for its current and former support of New York City Children's Theater and our programs. I've seen so many great advocates today for nonprofits and the arts, and it heartens me to hear your voices. Each year, over 12,000 New York City school children in all 5 boroughs of the city experience a New York City Children's Theater production or education program. For many, it is their first experience of theater. For most, it builds an immediate and perpetual connection to the arts as a means of storytelling. In short, it builds the artists and audiences of this city's future. Because of our council and DCA-funded programs and our DOE-funded programs, over 12,000 children experience what it means to see themselves and their concerns presented at the center of a story, song, or play. They create their own plays and songs and experience what it means to have their voice amplified through a work of art of their own creation. Through this process, they build literacy, social emotional wellness skills, community, a sense of agency, and a connection to lifelong learning. Don't take it from me. Take it from the teacher in Coney Island who squealed for joy the first time an immigrant student in her class uttered a full English sentence in one of our programs. Take it from the refugee from Hurricane Maria who spent the first 30 minutes of an after-school program in Hell's Kitchen hiding under a desk only to jump out for an acting activity and say, "I want to do that." Take it from a kindergartner from the shelter program in Brighton Heights who grabbed my hand when I showed up in his DOE classroom and said to his teacher, "That's her. That's the reading lady." Take it from the 1st through 4th grade students in a shelter in Claremont Village who viewed similar images in 2 picture books and turned them into a song about what it means to stand together as a community against a monster.
Your time has expired.
Take it from the girl in South Richmond Hill who through 17 weeks of an after-school program never spoke a word, even while she helped script the most amazing adaptation of a storybook, but who chose on week 18 to give a line in that adaptation for herself and to deliver it to an audience of over 100 people. Take these stories, share them, remember them. Don't take away 15% of the budget that funds these programs. It will have a deleterious effect on these children and on the nonprofits of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Natasha Siddhartha, followed by Renee Crowley.
Good evening, and thank you. I echo everyone's gratitude for this marathon hearing. I'll make it quick. My name is Natasha Siddhartha. I'm the Community Stewardship and Operations Director at Gowanus Canal Conservancy in Brooklyn. I oversee stewardship and volunteer programs in stewardship of local green spaces. We're a proud member of the Forest for All Coalition and the Play Fair Coalition. And I would like to say that investing in resilient ecosystems across the city is essential to mitigating and adapting to the impacts of climate change. And I'm here to ask this council to continue fighting for a budget that invests in critical environmental services, including investing in parks, and also community composting in order to support health, quality of life, resilience, and justice for everyone, for all New Yorkers. We know the benefits of green spaces, including tree canopy, vegetation cover, green space. It reduces heat-related illness and death, and especially for those that are severely impacted, including communities of color and lower income communities, especially. And our city faces increasing numbers and intensity of heat waves and extreme precipitation events. In Gowanus alone, we saw the effects of flooding in countless ways just a couple of months ago, including damaging local businesses and homes, halting public transit, overflowing our combined sewer system. And we can invest in this green infrastructure that provides exponential benefits, especially as they mature. And we work with lots of tree stewards, volunteers, and community composting organizations, including Big Reuse, Grow NYC, Lower East Side Ecology Center, Brooklyn Botanic Garden, to provide compost and healthy soil in order to make those green infrastructure thrive. These activities also provide social infrastructure, including neighbors, in order to participate in and organize these beautification events, all while combating climate change. By cutting community composting and the budget, this will eliminate over 1,500 green jobs. And I'll end my testimony by saying that we must invest in these infrastructure. We need to tackle the climate crisis. We need to invest in community composting and end this underfunding of both the Parks Department and community composting as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Renee Crowley, followed by Lynn Kelly.
Hi, Natasha. Good to follow you. Hi, everyone. My name is Renee Crowley, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Lower East Side Ecology Center. We have been running community-based composting programs since 1990, and we've been working in partnership with the Department of Sanitation since 2005 to bring compost education through the Master Composter Program, food scrap composting, free compost, and much more to New Yorkers. Community composting is in our DNA as an organization, and we've seen how powerful collective community action can be in achieving a more just and sustainable city. It's unacceptable to eliminate community composting from the city's budget. I'm here today to ask you to restore the $3 million to continue running community composting programs for the remainder of fiscal year 24, and also ask that community composting continues to be funded in the outer years as well. Community composting demonstrates how climate-friendly action can take place right in your neighborhood. It demonstrates that your food scraps don't necessarily need to be taken to faraway places, burning additional fossil fuels in the process, but that food scraps can be efficiently managed by the community and create a product that benefits the community. At the Ecology Center, we've donated tons of compost to urban farms, gardens to help them grow healthy food for their community. We've applied hundreds of cubic yards of compost to parkland and street trees, which increases the soil's capacity to retain stormwater and prevent flooding. These are just a few of the direct benefits that come from our programs to create healthy and resilient communities. Composting to create soil amendments is the highest and best use of food scraps and organic waste materials. The Ecology Center is committed to composting as a way to recover and recycle resources and restore soil health across the city. And it's through community composting efforts where true circular waste systems can be achieved. And I should say we do it really efficiently too. I can't help but point out that we're in the midst of our own composting process right now with the decomposition of our budget. I ask that the council ensure that what comes out at the end is an abundance of resources to help our community grow, just as what happens in a compost pile. Please restore our community composting, and thank you for listening today.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Lynn Kelly, followed by Victoria Dearborn.
Hello, I'm Corey Hassan. I'll be testifying on behalf of Lynn Bodner Kelly for NYRP. Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Bodner Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York Restoration Project. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon, Chair Brannon, even though it's the evening now. NYRP is a proud member of the Playfair Coalition and a coalition of over 400 organizations across the city advocating for the city's park system. NYRP is also a member of the Forest for All NYC and a founding member of Parks and Open Space Partners. We are here in total opposition of the recently implemented budget cuts of 5% and the additional proposed cuts of 5 to 15% in 2024. The 5% cuts implemented by the city resulted in a hiring freeze, the loss of staff, and a delay of critical park programs. In total, Parks has lost an additional 1,450 workers, representing 47% of the cleaning workforce responsible for maintaining our city's nearly 2,000 parks. These positions are essential and include maintenance workers who keep our parks well maintained and clean. These cuts also mean less PEP officers who keep our parks safe. At the start of the pandemic in 2020, the Parks Department saw similar cuts leading to the worst parks conditions in over 20 years. We saw overflowing trash bins and poorly maintained or outright closed bathrooms. In short, disinvestment in the park system leads to parks that are less clean, safe, and secure. These cuts will eliminate community composting programs across the city by January. These programs are critical to keeping New York City clean by diverting 8.3 million pounds of organic waste from landfills each year, turning it into rich soil that our parks, gardens, and playgrounds use and that NYRP relies on for technical assistance, compost education, and food scrap hauling services. The additional reductions proposed in 2024 will devastate the already overworked workforce that is responsible for maintaining these vital spaces. We should not be cutting services and programs that make our city more resilient and livable.
Your time has expired.
Now, so we can protect all New Yorkers from the devastating impact of climate change. Nature is a fundamental right of all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Victoria Dearborn, followed by Chris Chalfant.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Dearborn, and I'm representing Tammy Lynn Mojus, the Interim Director of the Nature Conservancy City Program in New York. Thank you, Committee Chair Brennan, for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to talk about the New York City urban forest and other green spaces in the city, and I'll be brief tonight, but we will submit a longer written testimony. The Nature Conservancy is the world's largest conservation organization. We have 90,000 members across New York, 35,000 of whom are in New York City. We also convene Forest for All NYC Coalition, which is about 130 different organizations. We are a proud member of the Play Fair Coalition. I'm here today to express support for fully restoring and protecting the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation urban forestry budget. Tree canopy, vegetation cover, and green space are crucial for the health, safety, and livability of New York City, and low-income communities and communities of color tend to have lower tree canopy and suffer from greater heat-related illness and death. Trees and parks cool neighborhoods, clean air, and improve quality of life. Our urban forest and its care is a matter of environmental and social justice. I want to commend the mayor and his administration, as well as City Council, for establishing a goal of achieving 30% tree canopy cover citywide to address extreme heat, both through a commitment in Plan YC and now codified by Local Law 148 of 2023. Unfortunately, the recent budget cuts and proposed cuts in the remainder of this fiscal year critically threaten our urban forest. The November plan included devastating cuts to DPR's budget, including cuts to funding to formalize the city's 300-mile nature system, funds for tree risk management, and for the longstanding Parks Opportunity Program. These cuts threaten public safety, they impact the workforce available to care for and clean our parks, and they ultimately set back our progress in the commitments this administration has made to improving the equity and resilience of the New York City urban forest. Beyond DPR, the planned cuts to the Department of Sanitation's community composting program will set back progress towards local wood salvage, a key activity that has sustainability and economic benefits for the city. Similarly, the elimination of DSNY service of litter baskets in combination with the loss of 1.3 million hours a year of cleaning, care, and maintenance from DPR's budget will result in dirtier and less hospitable public space. Thank you again, Committee Chair Brannon, and to the members of the Finance Committee for considering our request that DPR's urban forest budget be fully restored and protected, and that Council provide full funding for the New York City urban forest in the FY25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Chris Chalfant, followed by James Dill.
Hello, I'm a volunteer for Van Cortlandt Park Alliance. I do trail maintenance, restoration, and trash control. Thank you for allowing me to testify, Chair Brennan and City Council. My written testimony has been submitted. I am gravely concerned about the budget cuts to NYC Park Sanitation and the Parks Opportunity Program that will affect millions of New Yorkers and 30,000 acres of NYC parks. The budget for parks is now only 0.5%. These further cuts will be devastating. We saw the condition of the parks in the 70s and 80s and are still recovering from the damage. I have seen water tanks, car parts, and mattress coils deep into the woods that go back decades. I would like to point out a few things. 1,500 jobs within the parks and thousands of educational opportunities for youth and young adults, many of whom are Black and brown, have already been lost. Reducing trash collection to once a week will mean an increase of rats and safety issues with drug paraphernalia lying around. People will be discouraged to go to the park or playground, a place that is their only respite from heat, noise, and danger. Parks help people find equilibrium and encourage exercise. They are a lifeline for those that cannot afford mental health treatment. Erosion control, structure maintenance, and repair will no longer continue. We are still recovering from Hurricane Ida that has destroyed miles of paths and structures. Ongoing deterioration requires extensive efforts. Tree plantings on the sidewalks, in parks, and the woods will cease. The 30% canopy mandate of New York will not be met. Efforts to achieve green equity will come to a halt. Important work to curtail invasives in the wooded areas and in bodies of water will stop, causing extensive damage to the ecosystem. Thousands of hours of work will be undone. I urge you to reconsider these cuts and look closely at the long-term effects these cuts will have on the health of New Yorkers' economy and pollution control, not to mention climate change. New Yorkers need and deserve parks. Please don't let us down.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from James Dill, followed by Tierra Labrada.
I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We provide permanent supportive housing. We are a member of the Supportive Housing Network of New York and fully support all the network's advocacy points for this hearing. We will provide written testimony to supplement the network's testimony. We strongly advise against the budget cuts to our funding agencies, HRA, DOMH, and HPD. The proposed cuts will not produce cost savings, but will actually increase costs by substituting predictable permanent housing costs with the volatile service costs such as EMS, hospitalizations, police interventions, and jail time that the unsheltered absorb. Recent studies show that an unsheltered single adult absorbs approximately $40,000 annually in such city resources. Supportive housing providers and their funding agencies are already at a breaking point. Some examples. Our DHS SRO support services contracts have received no significant increases in over 20 years, creating low staff morale and high staff turnover for these essential workers. Currently, 7 HPD funding programs have year-long waits for project managers to be assigned. Past austerities have already produced unintended cost increases. In winter 2022, the pandemic-belabored HRA housing placement process slowed down, creating an unprecedented 10% vacancy rate in citywide permanent supportive housing. To truly produce savings, the underfunded budgets for HRA, DOMH, and HPD should be increased to ultimately avoid unnecessary spending. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Tierra Labrada, followed by Sarita Daftari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jim, for hanging in there. And thank you to Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee for your tireless listening to all of this testimony. My name is Tierra Labrada, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy at the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We're a membership organization representing nonprofits that provide supportive housing to formerly homeless individuals and families. New York City relies heavily on nonprofits to provide essential housing and support services, and nonprofits rely on a functioning government that can move housing development along without delays, process contract payments and increases, like Jim just mentioned, and most importantly, filling housing vacancies with people living on the street or in shelter. However, due to successive budget cuts, hiring freezes, and an already strained workforce, city agencies are not functioning effectively, causing massive delays across the board, again, like my colleague Jim just mentioned. One of our members alerted us to $4 million worth of contract payments that had not been reimbursed, with another reporting a 5-month delay in improved rental assistance increases. These delays significantly hinder their ability to provide services and repairs and keep up with the rising costs of building maintenance and operations. These delays are a direct result of agency understaffing at housing and homelessness-related agencies like DOHMH, HPD, DHS, HRA, DOB, and DCP. These agencies must be insulated from the mayor's austerity measures. And make no mistake, we are under no mistake that 2 more rounds of pegs, any more round of pegs, will inevitably lead to city agencies exhausting their own budgets and passing these cuts on to nonprofits, the nonprofits that the city relies on to house, feed, and care for New Yorkers in need. Our members are already struggling with staffing shortages and operating on razor-thin margins and cannot absorb these cuts, especially considering the delays that we've already mentioned and the inefficiencies. Nonprofits must be held harmless. The network joins over 225 organizations in the Y15 campaign to demand transparency and inclusion in the city's budget process. We urge the city to collaborate with the nonprofit sector to find innovative solutions rather than imposing further hindrances. A
Your time has
15% cut,
expired.
10% cut, 5% cut is an additional cut to the nonprofit sector and to New York as a need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sarita Daftari, followed by Andrew Perry.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Brannon and council members for this marathon hearing and for all of your advocacy to push back against these cuts. My name is Sarita Daftari. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda, and we're a grassroots member-led project organizing with people and communities who've been impacted by incarceration. We organize the campaign to close Rikers, and we're a member of the People's Plan and the Communities United for Police Reform's Budget Justice campaign. The mayor's budget cuts will have devastating impacts for our members, as they will for many other New Yorkers who are struggling to find quality housing, healthcare, childcare, jobs, and education opportunities, while the resources to arrest and jail them seem to be limitless. I will submit a full written testimony, but just given that I'm speaking directly after the Supportive Housing Network of New York, I have to touch on the fact that a couple of years ago, the Corporation for Supportive Housing did a report that estimated that over 2,500 people on Rikers could be served by supportive housing instead. Supportive housing that costs maybe around $50,000 per person per year, compared to Rikers at a cost of $500,000 per person per year in a setting where people are traumatized, denied health care, and in some cases, the city even fails to keep them alive. So it's just further evidence that what is being painted as a budget crisis is really mismanagement and misguided priorities from this administration. The main thing I want to convey to the council tonight is that while the city is slashing funds and vacancies in agencies like housing and all these social services that provide essential services, housing, healthcare, youth services, and education, the administration plans to let DOC hold on to at least 720 vacancies. Eliminating these vacancies is not only in alignment with the city's moral and legal obligation to reduce the jail population and close Rikers, as this council voted on 4 years ago, but could also save nearly $100 million just in the remainder of this fiscal year and could position the city for more common sense savings in the future. DOC's wasteful spending isn't limited to staff lines. Just in the past year, they spent $240,000 on submachine guns. They spent $171,000 on fraudulent overtime. I'll wrap up here. I just want to note that the NYPD has also been treated preferentially, and their $11 billion budget is actually set to see an increase this year. We asked the council to bring the budget modification to a vote and to vote it down unless the mayor rolls back cuts to essential services, and such drastic budget changes are halted until the normal FY25 budget process, where there will be more transparency and accountability, and in which we will certainly be coming back to you to talk about how we can absolutely save and reallocate the Department of Corrections wasteful budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Andrew Perry, followed by Jason Cianciotto.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Andrew Perry, Senior Policy Analyst at the Fiscal Policy Institute, a nonpartisan research organization committed to improving public policy to better the economic and social conditions of all New Yorkers. New York City faces real fiscal strain in the current year and next fiscal year. However, projected budget gaps are the result of an unexpected and temporary fiscal shock, the cost of services to asylum seekers, rather than a permanent structural imbalance. As such, the city should not make additional cuts and should mobilize non-recurring resources to close any remaining shortfall next year. Given the fiscal resources available to the city, these steps can be taken while also restoring $200 million of cuts that were recently made to essential services such as libraries, schools, and sanitation. For the fiscal year 2024, FPI notes that the current year is balanced. No additional cuts in the January or April financial plans are necessary. $200 million of recent cuts should be restored by drawing down the $1.2 billion general reserve budgeted for the current fiscal year. The remaining $1 billion in the general reserve will prepay next year's expenses, narrowing that year's gap. Based on current economic conditions, as well as our recent analysis of the past 10 years, we expect that revenue will continue to exceed projections. Surplus revenue will increase next year's prepayment. For fiscal year 2025, FPI notes that over the past 10 years, the November plan's average out-year budget gap was 4% of revenue, a routine gap that consistently closed without policy intervention and was the result of conservative budget practices. These projections should not provide pretext for reactive budget cuts. The current fiscal year 2025 gap is $7.1 billion, or 6.7% of revenue. This gap was driven by projected city spending on services for asylum seekers, which rose to $5.5 billion between the June and November plans. Without these costs, the city would be on strong footing heading into next year with a projected gap of $1.6 billion, or 1.5% of revenue, lower than the 4% level routinely projected. Collective bargaining did not add to the growth in budget gaps between the April and November plans. Recently ratified bargaining patterns keep workers' wages in line with recent and projected inflation over the contract period. Because the gap is the result of a temporary fiscal shock, it is appropriate to use non-recurring resources to close the near-term shortfall. These include state funds, city revenue that will exceed projections this year and next year. If pessimistic projections become reality, withdrawals from the city's $2 billion revenue stabilization fund would be appropriate. We also expect the city to continue to find savings from cost re-estimates, the actual savings of which tend to exceed savings projected in preceding years. Over the past 5 years, under-budgeted cost Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Jason Chianciotto, followed by Chi Look.
Good evening, Chair Brennan. You are a rock star and role model for sticking this out with us so that we can testify. Thank you. I am Jason Chianciotto, the Vice President of Communications and Policy at GMHC, founded in 1982 as Gay Men's Health Crisis, the world's first HIV and AIDS services organization. We serve about 5,000 New Yorkers every year in all 5 boroughs. These budget cuts could lead to an increase in new HIV infections, and this concern is rooted in data. Recently, in conjunction with World AIDS Day, 2022 New York City HIV surveillance data came out and showed a less than 2% decrease in new infections. This is compared to pre-pandemic new infection reductions by about 8% from 2018 to 2019 and 7% from 2017 to 2018. And here's a practical example of how these cuts are already hurting GMHC and our clients. Several months ago, we were awarded a contract for the city's representative payee program, which helped New Yorkers living with HIV/AIDS most vulnerable to homelessness by enabling us to manage their benefits income. Initially, that contract was for $500,000 per year, but as a result of the pegs, it was reduced by nearly $80,000 per year. And while small relative to the total city budget, you add that up across contracts, multiply that by nonprofit organizations around the city affected, and you can see how it could produce these negative outcomes. So I want to thank you for leading the advocacy in this hearing against these cuts, and I hope you can have a restful evening soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Chi Look, followed by Jimmy Costello.
Good evening, Chair Brennan and committee members. My name is Chi Look. I'm the Executive Director of UA3 and its Community First Food Pantry. Many of you know about our special food distribution and PPE events, our efforts to build solidarity across neighborhoods, and the community cultural exchanges we foster, as well as our commitment to combat anti-Asian hate across vulnerable New York City communities. We are the largest Lower East Side food pantry in the borough and have a network of 100 CPOs in the outer boroughs who count on our partnership to feed the communities. The Community First Food Pantry is in the heart of Manhattan's API community in Chinatown and serves 5,000 economically vulnerable New Yorkers every month. Older adults, low-income families, burdened with high rent, people with limited English skills, the unemployed, the homeless, the shelter residents rely on healthy, fresh produce we distribute to combat hunger, which raises head morning, noon, and night. People experiencing food insecurity look to us to provide nutritious and culturally familiar food to prepare for themselves and their families. We are able to provide this service largely due to City Council funding and Community Food Connection allocations. The mayor's proposed cuts will harm the health of vulnerable New Yorkers who depend on the essential nutritional services and increase the mental fragility of those who live on the margins. UA3 also assists seniors in navigating the city's social service, such as benefits and low-income housing. In addition, we provide youth with leadership skills and mental wellness programs to counter the residual effects of pandemic, which disproportionately affect the API seniors and youth. Any cuts to the city's budget in the social service sector will have devastating consequences for New Yorkers at large.
Time expired.
UA3 have been long-term partners in the 18% growing campaign, and we vigorously oppose any cuts to essential services and to funding many programs to the public accounts. Particularly in light of the recent increase in food, transportation, housing, I'm asking and counting on your votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Jimmy Costello, followed by Anna Sachs.
Hi, everyone. This is Jimmy. Thanks for being here. I know I've been on since 10 a.m., so I am very grateful for your time and your attention. First thing I want to say is that I understand this is a very difficult situation to be in. This is not the first time I've studied a similar economic situation. This is not the first time I have listened into a very long testimony such as this. I am a full-time salaried employee of the New York City Compost Project. Today, I am testifying as an individual. Any views that I put forward are unique from my employer, the Lower East Side Ecology Center. I understand that at first glance, community composting may seem like an auxiliary or superfluous program. It was previously mentioned multiple times, or it was claimed multiple times, that community composting in New York City is inefficient. This is a nauseating and incorrect statement. My employer operates on such a small budget that we do not have running water in our office, yet we have a 90% attendance rate, and we have seen a 70% increase in our community composting newsletter audience in the last year alone. The elimination of over 115 positions would make future composting efforts, including the curbside brown bin program that we all want to see champion, even more inefficient. Previously, Councilmember Aviles, who I want to say thank you for mentioning this, included that many nonprofits are not only need their budgets restored, but they currently are underfunded. I could not agree more. I want to reiterate that we do not have any running water. We operate in a parks building, which is powered by a generator with no clear plan to return electricity to the building. I asked the council people, if we lose our budget, what should I tell these people? What should I tell the over 1,000 unique individuals who have attended my programming alone? What should I tell the officials from the city of Chicago who reached out to me about, and I quote, how to run such a successful and cost-efficient community composting program? What should I tell the United States Composting Council?
Time expired.
Thank you, I'll wrap it up. Who welcomed us to California to highlight New York City's community composting programs across the nation? What should I tell the master composter trainee who took paid time off from her full-time position to attend one of our community composting workshops? What should I tell my friends, family, and neighbors who never received a brown bin, do not know how the program works, and don't even know that they had the service? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Anna Sachs, followed by Mark Laster.
Did time start? Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am a member of the Save Our Compost Coalition, and I strongly oppose the cuts to community composting. For those who don't know, New York City has been building for over 3 decades a thriving local grassroots community composting program. These are the compost sites under the Queensboro Bridge, on Governor's Island, in Lower East Side, the Lower East Side Ecology Center, the East River Park. These are programs that are successful, that are a cornerstone of New York City's environmental and climate resiliency programs. And I was here in 2020, and I'm here yet again because it seems like every time there's a fiscal crisis, this is the first thing on the chopping block. And that does not bode well for New York City, and that does not bode well for the climate crisis more broadly. This is a small program. I think it's 0.02% of the city budget. It's so tiny, and yet it is one of the most important things that we're doing as a city for climate resiliency, at least in terms of waste. It is also educating a future generation and group of leaders through the Master Composting Program, which is something that I did and loved and met some of my best friends doing it and have built an incredible environmental local community. These are people who then devote themselves to making New York City a better and more sustainable space. So I want to really strongly oppose these cuts and ask that you reconsider dismantling overnight what New York City has built for 30 years and which truly is an exemplar program in the United States. These are jobs, these are people who have been devoting their life, their career to composting. And I want to also add that New York City already has a hugely expensive organics program where we spend close to $500 million exporting our trash to landfills and incinerators. Over 40% of our trash consists of material that is organics, which could be composted. So we're spending a lot of money on organics, but we're spending it in the wrong way. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Mark Laster, followed by Sarah Garrison.
Hi. Good night. Good night. It's been a long day. My name is Mark Laster, and I'm co-chair of the Forest Hills Green Team. We have been running a food scrap drop-off site since May of 2021 in partnership with Queens Botanical Gardens, Grow NYC, and the Big Reuse. We initially filled in until Grow NYC restarted their food scrap drop-off site by McDonald Park in December 21. When they restarted their site, we partnered with Common Point Queens by their food pantry in Forest Hills in April 22, until now, never missing a week. I'm testifying today to address feedback we are receiving on our weekly site. We are surrounded by co-ops, and few of them have implemented the mandated curbside composting in Queens. When we speak to people, they tell us that co-op boards and management companies do not see the need, since penalties do not kick in for a while. With this reluctance, coupled with the expectation that co-ops provide their own containers to collect the food scraps, this makes it even more challenging. The brown bins that were distributed when the initial trial program started in Queens back at the end of last year were nowhere sufficient for some large buildings to collect their food scraps, even if they did indeed implement the program. When people ask for support and education for their co-op boards, resources to this education are few and far between. In Forest Hills, there are no smart bins that I'm aware of. One final point, my own co-op hid the brown bin when we received it. When it became mandatory, I left my board know and was emailed that we are in compliance. When I attempted to report my co-op to 311, I was told enforcement does not start until the program is fully rolled out, which will be delayed if the cuts the mayor is making are fully implemented. I am highlighting these issues because I have seen reports that once community composting is stopped in January of 2024, these options will fill in for the huge gap created by the end of this program. I stand here testifying to the fact that this will not happen. I thought we are the city of yes. I think we are the city of no. No to community composting, no to full implementation of Local Law 97, no to congestion pricing, no to wind farms, no to replacing gas stoves, no to closing records. I implore the City Council to find the $3 million needed to help community composting going. Let's say yes to something that fights climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sarah Garrison, followed by Mary Ellen Sullivan.
Hi, good evening, Chairman, Chairperson Brennan, and colleagues. My name is Sarah Garrison. I'm a physician. I've spent my career working to improve healthcare for the people of New York City. I'm also a volunteer for New York City Parks. I'm a trail maintainer in Van Cortlandt Park and a natural areas volunteer for Mosholu Park, both in my home borough of the Bronx. I see volunteering to maintain and improve our natural environment as an integral component of improving health. My ask of the City Council tonight is to restore cuts to the FY24 budget. We know from science the benefits that parks and nature have on people, both physical and mental, in addition to improving biodiversity and mitigating climate change, as many of my colleagues have spoken about. I'm going to tell you how nature has helped me. During that first week of April 2020, I started a new job at a Bronx public hospital. Let's remember those days for a moment. New York City was locked down. Playgrounds were closed. Streets were silent, except for the sounds of sirens. And during that week in April, there were over 700 deaths a day from COVID. I was taking care of patients with COVID, and I was terrified. My daily walk to work took me through Mosholu Park, where the beauty that I witnessed of early spring provided me with an oasis that gave me the strength and the courage to continue to work. Being in nature gave me hope when I desperately needed it. It was this experience of nature's respite that has made me committed to do everything I can to support nature and parks. Everyone deserves the opportunity to experience the beauty, renewal, and hope of the natural world, which is so profoundly needed in today's world. The city of Chicago spends over 4% of its budget on parks. New York City, as we have heard, spends less than 1%. We need to do better for ourselves, for each other, and for our future generations. I urge all of us to work towards restoring funding for New York City's parks. And thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the health of New York City's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mary Ellen Sullivan, followed by Christopher Leon Johnson.
Hello, my name is Ulrike Nishan, and I'm reading testimony on behalf of Mary Ellen Sullivan. So good evening, Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you all for hearing all of us today. It's been a long day. I'm representing the 4 SWABs of Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. I am Mary Ellen Sullivan of the Brooklyn SWAB. The PEG initiative cuts to the DSNY's community composting program will produce outcomes that increase municipal solid waste, produce few fiscal savings, and create negative social impacts. The 4 SWABs stand with the People's Plan in calling for care, not cuts, in meeting this moment. My testimony will cover the increase in municipal solid waste that defunding the New York City Community Compost Project will cause. In 2022, New York City residents produced 1.1 million tons of organics. The New York City Community Compost Project processed 4,000 tons of these organics collected from voluntary drop-off sites throughout the city. The city collected an additional 23,000 tons of residential organics from curbside collection schools and the new orange smart bins, and the word word compost printed on each side. The remainder of the 1.1 million tons is sent to landfill or incineration with our regular trash. Landfilling, incineration, and co-digestion are the absolute worst things we can do with our valuable organic material. Organics exported with our regular trash cost the city $196 million a year, according to the SWAB's calculations. If this is the method of disposing of our organics, it is the world's most expensive organics program, as well as the most harmful. In contrast, composting is the best solid waste solution for our organics. Last year, the 4,000 tons of compost, which is a biologically active soil amendment, were distributed to support New York City parks, the botanical gardens, 325 community groups, street tree care events, and the thousands of individuals in community and school gardens at no additional cost to the city or to the users. This is compost for all, not just the truest of true believers. Our written testimony expands about the increase to municipal solid waste, the few fiscal savings, and the negative social impacts of the PEG cuts to the New York City Compost Project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Christopher Leon Johnson, followed by Christine Henson.
All right. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Justin Brannan. So my name is Christopher Leon Johnson, on the record, representing myself, dual press today. So I want to make a suggestion to call for the defunding of transportation alternatives. I'm calling for the defunding of the Rising Lines, and I'm calling for a converted decrease of funding, probably in the 6-figure amount, less than $250,000 for the Worker Justice Project, which is really under Third Sector New England, on record for Third Sector New England, who is doing business for the Worker Justice Project, who is held by Liga Galapia. I am calling for the defunding of the DOT by 50%. I'll say for 75%, I'll go for 80%, because there's a lot of corruption with the DOT, especially with transportation alternatives and open plans and the Rising Lines and Los Angeles Nistos. I'm calling for defunding of the DOT. Why is the NYPD why is the sanitation being defunded? Shout out to everybody out there fighting for the composting. Why is the sanitation being defunded? Why is education being defunded? While the DOT, which is a corrupt organization ran by a corrupt Yanez Rodriguez, who's on a corrupt Eric Adams, is allowed to keep their budget. They got an increase of their budget. So I'm calling for defunding of the DOT. I am calling for the eradication of the influence of the community boards by Kathy Price, Jackson Shabbat, Betsy Plum, Derek Holmes, Danny Harris, Sarah Lynn, Elizabeth Adams, and many more, Liga Galapia, and many more. And we need to call for stop with the influencing of the community board, because a lot of our tax dollars is allowing them to lobby at the community boards. So we need to start defunding these organizations. Mainly those three, and I said what Third Sector New England, they need me cut to $250,000 maximum, other than $1 million.
Time expired.
So a few more seconds. So that's all I got to say is defund the DOT, defund Transall, defund Rise Alliance, and defund the work of Third Sector New England, the Work Justice Project, and defund the DOT. Thank you, Justin Brandon. Take care, man. Get on safe.
We'll now hear from Christine Henson, followed by Taj Sutton. Christine Henson. I will now go on to Taj Sutton.
Good evening, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Bless you. This has been such a long day. Thank you for still being here and listening. We've heard so many incredible testimonies with specifics, so I'm going to do what I did at the PEP, and that is framing these budget cuts as violence, which they are. We hear a lot about the budget in the context of safety, and that is the excuse used to defund education, defund childcare, defund children's parks and libraries and senior meals. And we should all be able to agree that this is unacceptable. When we talk about safety, we have to be thinking about holistic safety, and a new class of school safety agents cannot replace the importance of a full-time social worker at every New York City public school, or a full-time nurse at every New York City public school, or a full-time well-staffed kitchen and custodial staff. As we continue to navigate a pandemic no one wants to talk about anymore. We have to think about the fact that when kids leave school, right, there's no Saturday school. Their after-school programs are being defunded. The pre-K seats we just got at my daughter's elementary school in District 14 last year is now absent because of the budget cuts, right? And myself, as a Parents Association member, we are scrambling to fundraise for things that we've never had to fundraise before, in addition to all the things that we knew we would, right? So the budget cuts impact nonprofits and for-profits and city structures too, but I want to take it even more granular and talk about just the individual level for many of us as parent leaders who sit on CECs, which you might better understand as school boards. I also want to take this time really to just drive home the point that the mayor is completely ill-equipped, and that under mayoral control, he gets to decide the budget. And I want the city council to use its power as a body and really the only check and balance that exists to tell this man no, unequivocally and unapologetically, because the entire city of New York stands with you in saying that these budget cuts are egregious, they are unacceptable, they are undemocratic, they are fascist, and they should not happen. We need to fund students, families, communities, and the supportive services and structures that we know will allow New York City to not only survive, but thrive. And we need to be very careful about allowing this person, just because he is representative, right? Just because some of these leaders look like the communities that they serve, to get away with being pro-cop, fascist, Republicans in Democratic clothing. So I thank you for your advocacy. I ask that you keep it up and know that you have an entire city of students, parents, educators, and New Yorkers behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Delilah Worrell, followed by Fiona O'Gray.
Hi, I'm trying to set myself up. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm here. Wait, how do I? Okay, yes, got it. Hi, good evening. So good to be here with you. Okay, I'm ready. So I am Delilah Worrell, Educational Director at Marshall England Early Learning Center, one of 7 sites of Highbridge Advisory Council servicing the Highbridge section of the. I oversee 14 teaching staff and a total of 79 students, ages 2 to 5 in our Birth Through 5 program and special education. Research shows that too many families are struggling at this time to access affordable childcare, and many providers are struggling to keep their doors open. The mayor's proposed cuts carry the potential to undermine early childhood education in the city drastically. How does this help us in the long term to advance our city's educational system or address racial disparities in education? How is this budget cut advantageous to closing the achievement gap in our educational system?
They do this for me. I can't.
If early childhood education,
I can't. I just want to turn on my picture and like go back to that page.
Can we, yeah.
it's late. Should I keep going?
Yes, please.
Yes? Okay, all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
If early childhood education funding suffers a $120 million cut as proposed by our mayor, what are the alternatives for our infants whose language and learning mild delays do not meet the eligibility requirements for programs like the New York City Early Intervention Program, but who would benefit from the exposure of their enrollment in an early childhood education setting, right? We want to think about that. What about how does this budget cut further the efforts to align CBOs with New York City DOE to ensure continuity of education, curriculum planning, instructional strategies, approaches, and professional learning for CBO teaching staff? Lastly, what is taken away must be replaced. That's just the law of attraction. So then how will the city replace the loss of funding? Child seats and employment vacancies. Are early childhood education charter schools lingering in the future for us? The future is now, and it starts with our children. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Fiona O'Grey, followed by Christine Henson.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Chair Justin Brannan, and thank you to the members of the committee. I was there this morning at 10 o'clock in the chambers, and Chair Brannan, you are a rock star in your past life and a rock star today. Thank you. I'm Fiona O'Grady. I'm representing Samaritan Suicide Prevention Center, which has operated New York City's only anonymous and completely confidential suicide prevention essential hotline for over 40 years. We run education programs all over the boroughs. Our hotline responds to 50,000 calls, 40% of which are to New York, 40,000 of which are from New Yorkers in crisis. I echo the speaker's comments this morning to surgically make cuts instead of across the board, especially when it comes to behavioral health sector. When it comes to mental health in the US, we know that since COVID, the CDC reported that depression has quadrupled, anxiety has tripled, and suicide ideation has doubled. Given the focus of these budget cuts, which seems to be on our migrant population, then let it be known that 1 in 3 asylum seekers experience high rates of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. We've heard a lot about our schools and youth. Let it be known that between 2019 and 2021, both CDC youth risk behavioral surveys showed in both those 2-year periods that 9.2% of our high school students actually attempted suicide in New York City. That's 1 in 10 of our high school students. 15.6% of our high school students reported that they seriously considered attempting suicide. So we know that our children are talking about it, and we know that they need our help. Samaritans provides information to over 3,000 professionals annually, including guidance counselors, social workers, SAPAs, and students in temporary housing. I just want to say thank you so much. We applaud the City Council for pushing the Mayor's office to utilize more nonprofits and prevent budget cuts to them, especially in the behavioral health sector. New York City's nonprofits such as ours, Samaritans, have the capacity, we have the experience, and are trusted by New York City's local constituents. With the weight of every story we've heard from New Yorkers and every life we've touched, we strongly urge you to ensure that the Mayor's administration corrects how these budget cuts are made and instead makes some reasonable solutions with surgical cuts to the myriad problems we face, including suicide. And I think I'm one of the only persons or very, very few who are even looking and thinking about suicide and suicide prevention. Thank you for your funding of $312,000 from the City Council. And it is because of these budget, we are grateful to the City Council for your funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Henson, followed by Dior St. Hilaire.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Christine Henson. I am the mother of Andrew Henson. He was assaulted by NYPD officers twice. I know the impact that are needed in a community.
You're breaking up.
But it's all advertising, and you know who's there is the chair.
My son Andrew is affected by autism and limited speech. Due to those experiences, since then, I just pray for his safety and hope he will return back to the striving level that he was on. People that know him automatically see the evident change from the excessive force that altered his life. Looking at the mayor's financial plan, all I see is Mayor Adams investing in the kind of violence, all the expenses of New Yorkers, as needs to be stopped. The budget needs to be slashed. And those funds should go on to schools and other programs that are needed and communities' access to safe. As police violence have heightened.
Your time has expired.
Sleeping on the streets, they're not able to meet their needs. Instead of slashing crucial services and agencies, Police Financial Committee, Mayor Adams, our city needs to strive again. Please cut the bloated budget and use the money for schools and community and behavioral services, housing, employment, and healthcare. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Everyone have a safe night. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Dior St. Hilaire, followed by Nikisha Francis.
Good evening, Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for hearing all of us today. I am representing the 4 SWABs of New York City. My name is Dior St. Hilaire, and I chair the Bronx SWAB. The 4 SWABs stand with the People's Plan and calling for care, not cuts, and meeting this moment. My testimony will cover the dubious assertion that cutting the New York City Community Compost Project will produce meaningful fiscal savings. The most fiscally efficient solutions are often not the best fiscal solutions. No matter what the city does with our organics, there will be associated costs. New York City will spend $291 million to collect and process our residential organics, whether we compost, landfill, or co-digest it. The SWABs believe that New York City should spend our $291 million on the best solid waste solution associated with the best solid waste policy that produces the least harm and greatest benefit to New York City residents. For organics, that solution is composting and compost. The New York City Community Compost Project represents a 30-year accumulation of institutional knowledge of best practices of how to move towards a meaningful residential organics processing program, whether at a small scale in a community garden or at a large industrial scale found on Staten Island. We cannot lose this institutional knowledge and tool for resident engagement. If we're going to move forward with the right solutions, we need the New York City Compost Project to continue. Our city's cutting of these programs makes no fiscal sense. Our written testimony expands about the increase to municipal solid waste, the few fiscal savings, and the negative social impacts of the PEG cuts to New York City Compost Project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now hear from Nikisha Francis, followed by Rhonda Kaiser.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Justin Brannan, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nikisha Francis, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager at Good Shepherd Services. Good Shepherd Services operates 94 programs that support over 33,000 children and families across the Bronx, Manhattan, and Brooklyn. Nonprofits like Good Shepherd Services are managing concurrent crisis, supporting the newcomers, absorbing the cuts to programs in the November plan, and those that will follow, on preparing for the funding gaps in the fiscal year 2025 as a result of the sunsetting of the federal COVID relief funds. Additionally, we are advocating to the city to help us meet the needs of our workforce that includes support for cost of living adjustment and an increase in base salaries to providers. That said, we are calling on the city to reverse these cuts and to engage the nonprofit community in discussion around how to cause the least harm as budgetary decisions are made this fiscal year. Regarding the November plan, we have already seen cuts to crucial programs that Good Shepherd Services operates in communities across Bronx, Brooklyn, and Manhattan. Arches, the New York City Department of Probation terminated the Next Steps mentoring program in August and later informed providers that youth should enroll in Arches program. However, in the November plan, DOP is significantly reducing Arches slots. Where are youth supposed to get the support they need if this program is being cut? The Department of Youth and Community Development made cuts to Compass, and summarizing, this will have a direct impact on services. We are concerned that the highly anticipated Compass and Sonic request proposal will reflect a reduction of slots across the system. The Department of Education proposed cuts to community schools that will impact 4 out of the 7 community schools Good Shepherd Services supports. The Administration for Children's Services is set to re-estimate close-to-home monitoring and prevention programs. Good Shepherd Services Prevention Brooklyn Passages, FFT, TCM, case management will be terminated effective June 30th. Good Shepherd Services has 31 education support programs supporting over 75,000 students, including Learning to Work, Student Success, and or YABC Transfer Schools and Community. Lastly, these programs were needed before the pandemic and are even more important today for our city's long-term recovery. Cuts to these programs are injustice to the most vulnerable and already under-resourced children, families, communities, and the workforce that support them. We can all agree that children deserve more, not less. And yet, we see children and families targeted by the cuts in the November plan. Unless elected officials act now to reverse these cuts laid out in the November plan, we are bearing witness to an alarming shrinking of the system and decrease in services to the high-impact communities still recovering from the devastating impact of COVID. Communities cannot continue to bear these mounting cuts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Rhonda Kaiser, followed by L'Oreal Crowder. Rhonda, you're on mute.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, and members of the Finance Committee. Thanks for hearing all of us today. I'm representing the 4 SWABs of New York City, and I'm Rhonda Kaiser. I'm chair of the Brooklyn SWAB. The 4 SWABs stand with the People's Plan in calling for care, not cuts, and meeting this moment. The negative impacts of cutting funding to the New York City Community Compost Project cannot be ignored. The 7 sister organizations of the New York City Compost Project provide social connection and build a strong urban immune system. This is the care that is threatened by the cuts. Composting maintains the city's social fabric. Every week, the 7 sister organizations touch hundreds of community volunteers who help to build and maintain compost piles and turn, sift, and bag finished compost for distribution. Without the compost project last year, 4,000 tons of food scraps would have created methane gas and CO2 in landfills, incinerators, and co-digesters, contributing to global climate change. 4,000 tons may not sound like a lot of material, but each of the 8 million pounds in that 4,000 tons touches thousands of New York City residents. These organizations also create green jobs, employing 115 people, most of whom live within the city. They offer 68,000 households an environmentally responsible and community building method of disposing of their food scraps. Cutting funding for this program deprives New York City residents of their voice and choice in an organic waste disposal methods, hindering their ability to build and support communities through thoughtful waste management decisions. Let's not continue to externalize our methane and CO2 environmental costs on our communities by landfilling, incinerating, and co-digesting our food scraps. Let's support the social fabric of New York City's communities and not fray it through miscalculated PEG initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from L'Oreal Crowder, followed by Mary Arnold.
Good evening, Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you again for hearing all of us today. I am representing the 4 solid waste advisory boards of New York City. I am standing in for L'Oreal Crowder, but my name is Beth Slepian and I am vice chair of the Brooklyn SWAB. Today, the 4 SWABs spoke to this committee about the importance of the New York City Community Compost Project. We have shared that the PEG initiative cuts to the DSNY's community composting program will produce outcomes that increase municipal solid waste, produce few fiscal savings, and create negative social impacts. Our purported savings from the PEG cuts are financially miscalculated and thus overstated. And the environmental and social costs are ignored. Let's make real fiscal savings for how we manage our solid waste by composting our organic material. Let's not continue to externalize our methane and CO2 environmental costs on our communities by landfilling, incinerating, and co-digesting our food scraps. Let's support the social fabric of New York City's communities and not fray it through miscalculated PEG initiatives. Once again, we reiterate the call for care, not cuts, in meeting this moment. Our written testimony expands about the increase to municipal solid waste, the few fiscal savings, and the negative social impacts of the PEG cuts to the New York City Community Compost Project. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mary Arnold and finally Peter Tarson. I see Mary Arnold is off. Peter Tarson.
All right. Hi there. One moment. So I'm speaking today just to condemn both the ongoing cuts to basic services from the every aspect of like the waste processing to early education to mental health care, and as well as the ongoing funding of many police units, such as the Strategic Response Group, whose funding is not proportional to the benefit that they ultimately confer on our communities. And I'm not just going to talk about the economic figures of this, but I am going to say, why do we allow ourselves to do this? Why do we see funding that is about the use of force in response to force as something that is just like almost a prima facie responsibility, and yet at the same time, we funding that creates joy and meaning and community connections is something one must justify and that is always first to meet its end. Why is it that that which is beautiful, that which fundamentally creates a meaningful urban environment, is unnecessary because it is satisfying, and something that is inherently purely a response to these existing cycles of disenfranchisement, of systemic poverty, and the violence that results from it. This is this is necessary, apparently. Like, I am really want to urge everyone to consider the fact that groups like the NYPD Strategic Response Group have brutalized peaceful protesters, directly targeted Black and Brown communities through both the language in their handbooks surrounding what peaceful protest movements are to be suppressed and through their ongoing deployments against redlined and homeless communities. And they fundamentally no longer cover
Your
the security
time has
response.
expired.
My apologies. Thank you.
And we've been rejoined by Mary Arnold. So Mary Arnold.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Brennan. It's amazing, this hearing. I'm proud to be here with everybody that's spoken. Please fund community composting. It's 115 green jobs. At the December 7th RAT hearing, DSNY Deputy Commissioner Joshua Goodman affirmed that DSNY eliminated community composting and initiated a procurement for back-end processing of Queens and Brooklyn's organics without using OMB climate budgeting guidance and sustainability and city resiliency evaluation tools. How do we know this? Because DSNY affirmed that OMB didn't provide them to DSNY as it told the City Council it would. It's a fact that DSNY is employing 3 of the worst ways for New York City to manage organics, according to US EPA's October 2023 wasted food scale. These are landfilling, incinerating, and co-digesting sewage with organics. Goodman said that DSNY's criteria were beneficial use of organics and keeping organics out of landfills. Criteria EPA's scale shows are too crude. Goodman's sneering denigration of community composting at the RAT hearing and the OMB director's characterization of community composting today as small and inefficient are unwarranted, since DSNY's chosen technocratic model isn't meeting US EPA's 2023 standards and lacks foundational climate, sustainability, and resiliency standards. Community composting increases DSNY's compliance with US EPA standards, making DSNY more efficient and effective in reducing greenhouse gases, toxic pollution, and waste exports, and increasing community benefits,
Your time has
life,
expired.
resiliency. Please work with the mayor and Commissioner Tisch to support immediate restoration of funding for community composting and its 115 workers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, this finance hearing on the November plan is adjourned.